Greetings, traveler. I am Halvor, a storyteller whose beard has grown as white as the snows of Skyrim. As the winter wind howls outside, come closer to my hearth. Tonight, I'll weave the tale of Ilia and the harp of Vir-Thur, a story of ancient music, hidden truths, and an unlikely alliance that bridged two worlds. This saga delves deep into Skyrim's caverns, where the echoes of the Falmer's past still linger. It is a tale of discovery and redemption, challenging what we thought we knew about those who dwell in darkness. So, listen closely, for in these words, you'll find not just a story, but a key to understanding the complex tapestry of our land's history. Dawnstar sits on the northern coast of Skyrim, a rugged city known for its port and nearby iron mines. Despite the harsh climate, with biting winds and heavy snowfall, the residents of this frontier settlement have carved out a life for themselves. The city's wooden buildings and stone walls stand as a testament to Nordic resilience. However, even in this community, accustomed to hardship, recent events have begun to unsettle the populace. Strange, unexplained sounds echoing from nearby caves have become a topic of worried discussion among Dawnstar citizens. Deep beneath the frozen earth, in a network of caves that wind their way through the very bones of the world, strange sounds echo through the darkness. They are not the familiar drip of water on stone, nor the scrabbling of cave-dwelling creatures. No, these are songs, mournful, haunting melodies that seem to carry the weight of ages long past. Olaf, a grizzled fisherman, with more salt in his beard than the sea itself, first heard these eerie notes while seeking shelter from a storm in a shallow cave near the shore. It was like nothing I ever heard before, he recounted at the Wind Peak Inn. Weren't no words I could make out, but by the 9, I felt every note in my bones. Made me think of all the sorrows I've known, and then some. Word spread quickly through Dawnstar, as it so often does in small towns where gossip is as vital as bread. Soon, others ventured into the caves, drawn by curiosity or the urge to prove their bravery. Some returned shaken, speaking of melodies that brought unbidden tears to their eyes. Others fled in terror, claiming they'd heard voices of the dead calling them to join their ranks. Brina Merilis, the town's imperial-trained guard captain, tried to maintain order and reason, but even she couldn't entirely hide the doubt in their eyes, and her patrols gave the cave entrances a wide berth. As the days passed, the locals began to avoid the area entirely. Fishermen chose to brave the treacherous ice floes rather than cast their nets near the shore where the songs could be heard. Hunters tracked their prey for miles rather than risk passing close to the caves. Children were warned with stern voices and worried glances to stay far away, lest they be lured in by the mysterious music. Theories abounded as to the source of the sounds. Some claimed it was the ghosts of ancient Nords, singing laments for their lost glory. Others whispered of Daedric influence, fearing that some dark prince of oblivion was trying to ensnare mortal souls. But the more practically minded suggested it may be some strange effect of the wind through the caverns, though they couldn't explain why it sounded so hauntingly like music. Yet, for all the fear and speculation, no one could deny the beauty woven into these sorrowful notes. On quiet nights, when the wind died down and the moons hung low in the sky, the faintest strains of the subterranean melody would drift into town. Those who heard it found themselves standing still, transfixed, as if the song spoke to something deep within their very being. Ulgarf, the old Nord who ran the mining operation, perhaps put it best as he sat by the fire one evening, his eyes like a distant memory. It's like the land itself is crying out. Not in pain, mind you, but in remembrance. As if all the joys and sorrows of ages past have been distilled into pure sound. Makes a man feel small, it does. Makes you wonder what secrets this old world of ours is keeping. And so, the caves near Dawnstar became a place of mystery and foreboding. The songs continued day and night, season after season, a constant reminder of something ancient and unknowable dwelling beneath the frozen ground. To the people of Skyrim, accustomed to facing dangers head-on with steel and spell, this unseen, ungraspable phenomenon was perhaps the most unsettling of all. But little did they know that these forgotten echoes were but the first notes in a symphony of revelation, a prelude to a tale that would challenge everything they thought they knew about their world and its history. harsh, wintry landscape of Skyrim's northernmost reaches stood the town of Winterhold, a shadow of its former glory. Perched precariously on a cliff overlooking the Sea of Ghosts was the College of Winterhold, Skyrim's premier institution for the study of magic. This ancient stronghold of arcane learning towered over the modest settlement below. Its weathered stone walls, a testament to centuries of magical practice and scholarly pursuit. It was from this prestigious academy that Ilia now found herself exiled. As she trudged through the snow-covered streets of Winterhold, her pack heavy with books and research notes, the magnitude of her fall from grace weighed heavily upon her. Just days ago, she had been a respected researcher within the college's halls. Now, she was an outcast. Ilia's expertise lay in the study of the Dwemer, an ancient and advanced race of elves who had mysteriously vanished thousands of years ago. These deep elves had left behind vast underground cities filled with complex machinery and automations that continued to function long after their creator's disappearance. Unraveling the secrets of Dwemer technology and culture was considered one of the most challenging pursuits in Tamriel's scholarly circles. However, it wasn't her Dwemer research that had led Ilia's expulsion. Rather, it was her controversial theories about another elven race, the Falmer, once known as the Snow Elves, the original elven inhabitants of Skyrim. The Falmer had a tragic history that fascinated and horrified scholars in equal measure. Centuries ago, conflict with the invading Nords had driven the Snow Elves to seek refuge with their Dwemer cousins underground. But this century came at a terrible price. Through cruel alchemy and generations of subterranean living, the proud Snow Elves degenerated into the Falmer, blind, aggressive creatures that now dwelled in Skyrim's darkest depths. Most citizens of Skyrim knew the Falmer only as dangerous monsters to be feared and avoided at all costs. Ilia, however, saw something more. Her research had led her to believe that the Falmer retained far more intelligence and cultural memory than was commonly assumed. They're not mere beasts, she had argued passionately before the college's senior members. The Falmer possess a sophisticated form of communication, complex social structures, and craftsmanship that hints at retained knowledge from their past. Her words had fallen on deaf ears. Archmage Sabros Aaron, the leader of the college, had dismissed her theories as dangerous speculation. And so, cast out from the only home she had known for years, Ilia found herself at a crossroads. The College of Winterhold had always been her gateway to knowledge, resources, and the respect of her peers. Without it, how could she hope to continue her research or prove her theories? As she reached the town's edge, Ilia paused to look back at the imposing silhouette of the college. Its magical lights glimmered against the stormy sky, a reminder of all she had lost. But amidst the ache of rejection, a fire of determination still burned within her. She would find a way to uncover the truth about the Falmer, to bridge the gap between their tragic past and their misunderstood present. Little did Ilia know that her path would soon lead her to the heart of a mystery far deeper than she ever imagined. Ilia arrived in Dawnstar as winter's grip tightened on the already frigid town. The locals' whispers of eerie songs drifting from nearby caves piqued her interest immediately, while others saw a threat. She recognized an opportunity. Preparations for her expedition were met with a mixture of concern and skepticism from Dawnstar's residents. Thoring, the innkeeper at Windpeak Inn, shook his head as he helped her gather supplies. "Those caves aren't meant for the living," he warned. "Whatever's making those sounds, it's best left alone." But Ilia was undeterred. On a grey morning, with snow falling in lazy flakes, she set out for the maze of caverns that honeycombed the cliffs near Dawnstar. Her pack was heavy with equipment: ropes, torches, writing materials, and rations. More precious still were her notebooks, filled with years of research on Falmer culture and linguistics. The cave entrance yawned before her, a dark maw in the white landscape. As Ilia lit her first torch, the flickering light revealed ice-slicked walls and the faint shimmer of frost crystals. The temperature dropped noticeably as she ventured deeper, her breath forming clouds in the stagnant air. For hours, Ilia carefully picked her way through twisting passages and steep descents. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water or the crunch of loose stones beneath her feet. She began to wonder the locals' tales of ghostly music were just that, tales. Then, faintly at first, she heard it. A sound so subtle, she almost mistook it for the wind. But as Ilya pressed on, the notes became clearer. It was unlike any music she had ever encountered. Haunting, complex, with harmonies that seemed to defy conventional scales. Excitement quickened her steps. This was no natural phenomenon. The intricacy of the melody spoke of intelligence and intention. Ilya's torch illuminated a widening in the passage ahead. As she entered a larger cavern, she gasped. The walls were covered in carvings. Intricate patterns spiraled across the stone, interweaving in ways that reminded Ilya of musical notation, yet far more complex. Some symbols were clearly Falmer in origin, bearing similarities to artifacts she had studied. Others were utterly foreign, hinting at a depth of culture far beyond what most scholars attributed to the Falmer. With trembling hands, Ilya began to sketch the carvings in her notebook. Hours passed unnoticed as she worked, pausing only to replace guttering torches. The music ebbed and flowed around her, sometimes fading entirely, before swelling again from new directions. As she studied the carvings, patterns began to emerge. Certain sequences of symbols appeared to correspond with changes in the melody. Was this a form of musical transcription? Or something even more profound? A language where music and meaning were inextricably linked. Ilya's mind raced with the implications. If the Falmer had developed such a sophisticated system of communication, it would shatter conventional understanding of their capabilities. This could be the best evidence she needed to vindicate her theories. But the carvings raised as many questions as they answered. Some sections seemed to predate known Falmer artifacts by centuries. Others incorporated elements that hinted at Dwemer influence. What was the true history of these underground passages? As Ilya delved deeper into the cavern system, the music grew stronger. She could almost feel it resonating in her bones, stirring emotions she couldn't quite name. There was a sadness there, certainly, but also a fierce determination and flashes of what might have been joy. Days blended together in the timeless dark. Ilya pushed on, driven by the tantalizing promise of answers just around the next bend. She was vaguely aware that she should turn back, that her supplies were running low. But the mystery of the carvings and the allure of the ever-present music urged her forward. It was during a moment of rest, as she reviewed her notes by torchlight, that Ilya realized the true scale of this discovery. These caves weren't just a refuge or a simple dwelling place. They were an archive, a repository of Falmer culture, preserved in stone and song. As this revelation washed over her, the cavern trembled. Loose stones clattered to the floor. The music swelled to a crescendo, and for a moment, Ilya thought she heard words woven into the melody. An ancient voice calling out across the ages. Then, with a sound like the shattering of glass, a section of the cavern wall crumbled. As the dust settled, Ilya raised her torch. Beyond the newly formed opening, a passageway stretched into darkness. And from that darkness came the clearest, most haunting strain of music yet. With a deep breath, she gathered her courage and her notes and stepped into the darkness. As she delved deeper, the carvings on the walls here began to tell a more coherent story. Her torch illuminated panel after panel of intricate pictures, each one adding to a narrative that spanned centuries. At the center of this tale was a figure named Virthur, a snow elf bard of extraordinary talent and foresight. Snow elves were the original elven inhabitants of the province. They built a sophisticated civilization in the frozen north, long before the arrival of humans. Tall, fair, and gifted with powerful magic, the snow elves were a proud and accomplished people. The carvings depicted Virthur as a respected member of the Snow Elf Society. His music, celebrated in grand halls and quiet groves alike, As Ilia traced the story with her fingers, she noticed a shift in tone. The images began to show scenes of conflict, battles with the invading Nords that forced the snow elves from their homeland. In desperation, the carvings showed the snow elves turning to their distant cousins, the Dwemer, for aid. The Dwemer, or the deep elves, were renowned for their advanced technology and vast underground cities. They offered sanctuary to the beleaguered snow elves, a gesture that seemed at first to be one of kindness. But Virthur, according to the carvings, was troubled. Ilia's breath caught as she deciphered a series of symbols that seemed to represent prophetic visions. The bard had foreseen a great betrayal. The Dwemer's true intentions were far from benevolent. The next panels showed Virthur's attempts to warn his people, his music taking on new, urgent tones. But pride and desperation had blinded the snow elf leaders. They dismissed Virthur's concerns, seeing the Dwemer's offer as their only hope for survival. As Ilia studied the final carvings in this sequence, she felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cave's temperature. They showed the snow elves descending into the Dwemer cities, unaware that they were walking into a trap that would alter their very nature. The story of Virthur didn't end there, though. The carvings hinted at a desperate plan, a final attempt to preserve some essence of snow elf culture before it was lost forever. But the details of this plan were frustratingly vague, as if the carver had been interrupted or forced to conceal the true meaning. Ilia sat back, her mind reeling from the implications. This was more than just confirmation of her theories about Valmer intelligence. It was a window to a pivotal moment in Skyrim's history, one that shaped the fate of an entire race. With renewed determination, Ilia gathered her notes. The tale of Virthur and the fall of the snow elves was just the beginning. Somewhere in these caves, she was certain, lay the key to understanding the full extent of the bard's legacy. Perhaps a way to bridge the vast gulf between Valmer's tragic past and their present state. As Ilia delved deeper into the caverns, the carvings revealed Virthur's desperate plan to preserve snow elf culture. The bard had created a magical harp, a marvel that combined the mystical properties of Falmer tears with Dwemer technology. And it is said that the instrument, when played, could restore some vision to the blinded Falmer for a short period and awaken memories of their noble past. However, the Dwemer soon learned of the harp's power. The carvings depicted their cruel ambition to seize the instrument and use it to manipulate Falmer memories, ensuring their complete subservience. This revelation shed new light on the historical betrayal of the Snow Elves, explaining how the Dwemer had maintained control over their guests as they transformed them into the creatures known as Falmer. Ilia's excitement grew as she realized the significance of her discovery. The haunting melodies echoing through the caves weren't random occurrences. They were distorted remnants of Vierthur's musical clues, left behind to guide future generations to the harp. This realization forced Ilia to adapt her research methods. Traditional scholarly approaches wouldn't suffice in this environment. She had to learn to see with her ears, to interpret the subtle changes in the cave's acoustics as potential indicators of hidden passages or chambers. As she attuned herself to the cavern's sounds, Ilia felt a growing connection to Vierthur's mission. The bard's foresight and determination to preserve his people's legacy, even in the face of overwhelming odds, resonated deeply inside of her. With each passing hour, the echoes seemed to grow clearer, guiding Ilia further into the mountain's heart. She knew she was on the verge of a discovery that could rewrite Skyrim's history. If only she could decipher the final clues that would lead her to Vierthur's legendary harp. The flickering torch illuminated a hunched figure in the cavern ahead. Ilia froze, her heart racing, as she realized she was face to face with a Falmer. But something was different. Its clouded eyes seemed to follow her movements. "Don't come any closer," the Falmer growled, brandishing a jagged blade. Ilia raised her hand slowly. "I'm not here to fight." The Falmer tilted its head, nostrils flaring. "You smell of the surface. Why are you here?" I'm looking for something," Ilia said cautiously. "An old artifact. A harp." The Falmer's grip on his weapon tightened. "Those songs, you've heard them too," Ilia nodded, then realizing her mistake, spoke. Yes, they led me here. A moment of tense silence passed before the Falmer lowered his blade slightly. I'm Saran, he said, his tone still wary. Ilia, she replied. I've never met a Falmer who could see, Saran finished bitterly. It's why I'm alone. My people don't trust what's different. Ilia took a cautious step forward. I could use a guide. These caves are treacherous. Saran scoffed. And why would I help you, surface dweller? Because you're curious? Ilia ventured. About the harp. About why I'm here. Maybe even about the world above. Saran was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he grunted. Fine, but try anything, and you'll never see daylight again. As they set off deeper into the caverns, an uneasy alliance was formed. Neither fully trusted the other, but both sensed the potential of their unexpected partnership. Their journey would test not only their survival skills, but also challenge everything they thought they knew about each other's worlds. Ilia and Saran's journey deeper into the caverns tested their fragile alliance. The echoes of Virthur's music grew stronger, guiding them through treacherous passages and hidden chambers. The melody changes here, Saran muttered, his sensitive ears picking up subtle variations. It speaks of a path beneath rushing water. Ilia nodded, impressed by Saran's ability to interpret the sounds. Together, they discovered a narrow ledge behind a subterranean waterfall. Saran's sure-footed guidance and Ilia's analysis of the musical clues allowed them to progress where neither could have alone. Their teamwork faced its greatest challenge when they encountered a Falmer tribe. We must pass through their territory, Saran said grimly. It's the only way forward. Ilia hesitated, her mind racing. Isn't there another route? We can't just fight them. Saran's expression was unreadable in the dim light. This is their home. They won't show mercy to intruders. The weight of her research ethics pressed heavily on Ilia. These weren't just subjects in a study. They were living, breathing beings. Yet the pull of discovery urged her forward. In the end, they opted for stealth, using Saran's knowledge of Falmer behavior and Ilia's quick thinking to navigate the tribal lands undetected. The experience left Ilia shaken. As they pushed on, the cave structure began to change. Rough-hewn walls gave way to precisely cut stone corridors. Dwemer pipes and gears lined the walls, many still hissing with steam and turning with ominous purpose. The Dwemer's torch is heavy here, Ilia observed, her voice hushed with awe. Their wonderment was short-lived. As they entered a vast circular chamber, a grinding noise filled the air. From an alcove emerged a colossus of metal and steam, a Dwemer machine, its brass surface gleaming in the dim light. What manner of creature is this? Saran hissed, his limited vision struggling to comprehend the massive structure. The machine's gears whirred as it assessed the intruders. What manner of creature is this? Saran hissed, his limited vision struggling to comprehend the massive construct. It was an automaton. Gears whirred as it assessed the intruders. With surprising speed for its size, it charged, forcing Ilia and Saran to dive for cover. What followed was a desperate battle of wit and agility against relentless mechanical power. Saran's Falmer-honed reflexes and Ilia's knowledge of Dwemer weaknesses allowed them to gradually wear down the Guardian. As the automaton finally collapsed in a shower of sparks, they stood panting, battered but alive. Beyond the fallen Guardian, on a pedestal of intricately carved stone, sat their prize, Virthur's harp. Its elegant form seemed to shimmer with an inner light, Dwemer metal blending seamlessly with designs clearly of snow elf origin. With reverence, Ilia lifted the instrument. Her fingers trembled as she plucked a string, producing a clear, pure note that seemed to hang in the air. Saran tilted his head, listening intently. There's power in that sound. Play more. Ilia began a simple melody, one of the phrases they had followed through the caves. As the music filled the chamber, a soft glow emanated from the harp. Saran's posture changed, his clouded eyes widening slightly. The shadows, they're shifting. I can almost... He trailed off, reaching out as if to grasp something just beyond his perception. Ilya watched closely, her excitement tempered by growing concern. The harp's glow was already beginning to dim, the notes losing their resonance. "What do you feel?" she asked urgently. He shook his head, frustration evident in his voice. "Visions, flashes of something, places I've never seen yet somehow remember. But it's fading, slipping away like mist." As the last notes died away, Saran's shoulders slumped. "It's gone now. Whatever it wasn't enough to restore what we've lost." Ilya's heart sank as the implications became clear. The harp still held power, but centuries of dormancy had weakened its magic. It could stir echoes of memory and perception, but not fully restore what the Falmer had lost. "I'm sorry, Saran," Ilya said softly. "I had hoped." Saran was quiet for a long moment before speaking. "It may not be what we sought, but it's more than what we had before. A glimpse of what once was. Perhaps that's all we need." As they stood in the ancient chamber, the weight of their discovery settled upon them. The harp was both a triumph and a poignant reminder of all that had been lost. Yet, in that moment, as a scholar on the surface and an outcast of the depths stood side by side, a spark of understanding flickered between them. Perhaps the harp's power had diminished, but the bond forged between Ilya and Saran hinted at a different kind of restoration, one that could begin to bridge the chasm between two worlds, long divided. Soon, Ilya and Saran found themselves grappling with an unexpected ethical dilemma. "We can't simply leave the harp here," Ilya mused, her academic mind racing with possibilities. "Think of what this could mean for your people, Saran. A chance to reclaim your history, your culture." Saran's expression darkened. "And what good would that do? To give my people a taste of what was lost, only to have it slip away again." He gestured around the cavern. "We've adapted to survive in this world of darkness. Stirring up memories of past glory could breed resentment, maybe even violence." Ilya paused, considering his words. The complex history of the Falmer weighed heavily on her mind. "But knowledge is power," she argued. Understanding your past could help shape a better future. The Falmer aren't just mindless creatures, as so many in Skyrim believe. The debate continued as they made their way back through the winding caverns. Each use of the harp brought new insights, but also new questions. They witnessed firsthand how even brief glimpses of the past could profoundly affect the Falmer they encountered. Finally, as they neared the surface, a compromise began to take shape. Use the harp sparingly, Ilya proposed, not to fully restore what was lost, but to gradually reintroduce elements of Falmer culture. A slow awakening, giving your people time to adapt and understand. Saran nodded slowly. And we do it together. Your knowledge of history, my understanding of our current ways. We could bridge the gap between our worlds. And so, a new partnership was born. Over the months that followed, Ilya and Saran worked tirelessly. They used the harp in carefully chosen moments, introducing snippets of snow elf music, art and history to small groups of Falmer. The process was slow and often fraught with challenges. Some Falmer reacted with fear or aggression to these strange new visions. Others embraced them with an eagerness that was almost heartbreaking. As word of their work spread, it sent ripples through Skyrim. Ilya's research, once dismissed as fringe theories, gained new respect in academic circles. Scholars from the College of Winterhold and beyond sought her out, eager to learn more about the new understanding of Falmer history and potential. This tale of the magical harp and the unlikely alliance between a human scholar and a Falmer outcast became the stuff of legend in Skyrim's taverns and great halls. It challenged long-held perception of the Falmer among the Nords, elves, and other races. Not everyone welcomed these changes, of course. Some saw the awakening of Falmer culture as a threat, stirring up old fears. Others dismissed it as a futile endeavor, arguing that the Falmer were too far gone to ever reclaim their past. But for Ilya and Saran, the path forward was clear. They had uncovered not just an artifact, but a new possibility for understanding and cooperation. The harp's music, though faded, had sparked a harmony between two worlds, long divided. As they stood at the mouth of the cave, looking out over Skyrim's rugged landscape, Ilya turned to her unlikely friend. "What do you think Virthur would make of all this?" she asked. Zoran was quiet for a moment, his clouded eyes focused on some distant point. "I think," he said, "he would be pleased to know his music still echoes, even if not in the way he intended." The wind carried the faint strains of a melody from the depths behind them, a bitter-sweet reminder of all that had been lost and all that might yet be regained. "Well, I've got another few stories up my sleeve. Let's see. How about this one?" Bjorn's boots crunched through the snow. The wind bit at his face, and he pulled his fur collar higher, squinting against the relentless glare of the sun on ice. He paused, breath clouding in front of him, and looked back at the winding path he'd climbed. Far below, the village of Riverwood was barely visible, a cluster of dark specks against the white landscape. Smoke rose from chimneys in thin, wavering lines, reminding him of the warmth he'd left behind. Ahead loomed his destination, a tower of dark stone, ancient and forbidding. It seemed to Bjorn that the very air around it shimmered, as if reality itself bent in the presence of such old magic. He sighed, a deep, weary sound that spoke of burdens too heavy for one man to bear. "Well," he muttered to himself, "I didn't come all this way to stand in the snow and gawk." With that, Bjorn trudged onward, toward whatever destiny awaited him in that ominous tower. The fate of a kingdom might hang in the balance, but right now, all he could think about was getting out of the damn cold. The journey to Solstheim was a test of endurance in itself. For days, Bjorn huddled in the bowels of a creaking ship, its wooden bones groaning with each swell of the sea of ghosts. When he finally stumbled onto the ash-covered docks of Raven Rock, the ground seemed to sway beneath his feet, his sea legs not yet finding their land rhythm. The air here was different, thick with the scent of sulfur and something else, something alien and vaguely unsettling. Bjorn pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders, suddenly feeling very far from home. "You there," a gruff voice called out. An armored Dunmer approached, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. State your business in Raven Rock. Bjorn straightened, trying to look less like a man who just spent the better part of a week emptying his guts over the side of a ship. I seek Naloth, he said, his voice rough from disuse and seasickness. The Telvanni wizard. The guard's expression shifted from suspicion to something like pity. Naloth. Gods preserve you, Outlander. You'll find his tower to the northeast, out in the wastes. He doesn't turn you away, or turn you into something unnatural. With those encouraging words ringing in his ears, Bjorn set out across the blasted landscape of southern Solstheim. The terrain was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Great swathes of land, covered in ash so deep it came up to his knees in places. Strange, twisted plants grew here and there, their forms as alien as the red-tinged sky above. It took the better part of a day to reach Naloth's tower, and when Bjorn finally laid eyes on it, he wondered if the seasickness had addled his mind. The structure rose from the ash like some monstrous mushroom, defying all laws of nature and architecture. Its surface seemed to pulse with an inner light, and Bjorn could feel the magic in the air, making the hair on his arms stand on end. Hello, he called out, feeling foolish. I seek Master Naloth. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, a dry, irritated voice drifted down from above. Go away. I've no time for whatever trivial matter brings you here. Bjorn circled the base of the tower, searching for an entrance. Finding none, he called out again. Master, I seek your wisdom. I am dragonborn. A window high above creaked open. Naloth's irritated face appeared, peering down at Bjorn. Wisdom? Ha! As if a Nord could appreciate true wisdom. You say you're dragonborn. Prove it. Then we'll see if you're worth my time. the window slammed shut. Bjorn stood there, confused and frustrated. How was he supposed to prove anything from down here? Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. The ash around him swirled, forming into a massive frost atronach. Its icy fists swung at Bjorn, who barely managed to dodge the first blow. Instinct took over. Bjorn opened his mouth and shouted, "Fus Roda." The power of his Thum slammed into the atronach, sending it staggering backward. But the creature wasn't defeated. It charged again, this time shooting shards of ice from its hands. Bjorn rolled, feeling the sting as some of the shards grazed his arm. He shouted again, this time using Yul Tur Shul. A gout of flame erupted from his throat, melting the atronach's icy form. As the last of the frost atronach dissolved into a puddle, a slow clapping echoed from high above. Naloth's voice drifted down, sounding slightly less irritated. Well, well, it seems you weren't lying after all. Interesting. Come up then. Let's see what other surprises you have in store. A series of stone steps suddenly jutted out from the tower's side, forming a spiraling staircase. Bjorn, still catching his breath, began the long climb up. When he finally reached the top, he found himself in a cluttered chamber filled with arcane apparatus and towering bookshelves. Naloth stood in the center, eyeing Bjorn with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "So," Naloth said, "you can shout. That doesn't make you special, you know. The greybeards can shout. What makes you think you're worthy of my time?" Bjorn straightened, meeting Naloth's gaze. "I've absorbed dragon souls. I've learned shouts and moments that take others years to master. But I don't understand how or why. That's why I'm here." Naloth's eyes narrowed. "Absorbed dragon souls, you say? Very well, Dragonborn. I will train you. But know this, I am not a gentle teacher. My methods are harsh and I expect results. Are you prepared for that? Bjorn nodded solemnly. I am. A wicked grin spread across Naloth's face. Excellent. We begin now. Let's see how you handle this. Without warning, Naloth's hands crackled with electricity. A bolt of lightning raced towards Bjorn, who barely had time to brace himself before it struck. And so began Bjorn's training. Though ordeal might have been a better word for it, Naloth was indeed a harsh taskmaster, pushing Bjorn to the limits of his endurance, and then demanding more. The days blurred into weeks, each one a grueling test of Bjorn's strength and will. Naloth's trials were as diverse as they were difficult, pushing the limits of both Bjorn and his nascent magical abilities. One morning, Bjorn found himself standing on a narrow stone pillar, surrounded by a swirling vortex of ash and fire. Control it, Naloth's voice cut through the roar. Use your voice to calm the storm. Your magic to redirect the flames. Bjorn took a deep breath, feeling the power of the Thum build in his chest. Lok va kur, he shouted, his voice carrying the strength of clear skies. The ash began to settle, but the flames still raged. Gritting his teeth, Bjorn extended his hands, calling upon the magical knowledge Naloth had been drilling into him. Slowly, painfully, the fires began to bend to his will. By the time it was clear, Bjorn was drenched in sweat, his limbs shaking with exhaustion. He looked to Naloth, expecting the usual scathing critique. Instead, the wizard merely nodded. Not entirely incompetent, he said, which, from Naloth, was practically a standing ovation. As the weeks wore on, Bjorn found his powers growing. His shouts became stronger, his spells more precise. But with this growth came an unsettling change. Sometimes, in the heart of his trials, Bjorn would feel a fierce, alien joy surged through him, a dragon's exultation in power and destruction. One evening, as Bjorn sat slumped in a chair, nursing the burns from his latest ordeal, the weight of it all came crashing down on him. "Something troubling you, Dragonborn?" Naloth asked, not looking up from the potion he was brewing. "Besides your obvious inadequacies, of course." Bjorn was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. I'm afraid." This got Naloth's attention. He turned, one eyebrow raised. "Afraid? Of what? Surely not my tests. Difficult as they may be, I've actually yet to kill a student. Well, not unintentionally, at least." "I'm afraid of myself," Bjorn admitted. "Of what I'm becoming. Sometimes, when I use my powers, I feel something else. Something that isn't me. Like the dragon inside me clawing to get out. What if one day it does get out? What if I lose myself to it?" Naloth studied Bjorn for a long moment. His usual sarcasm absent. "The dragon soul within you is a part of you. It always has been. The question isn't whether you'll lose yourself to it, but whether you'll learn to truly unite both aspects of your nature." He turned back to his potion. "Of course, if you do lose control and turn into a rampaging dragon, I'll be fascinated to study the process. Right before I destroy you, naturally." Bjorn couldn't help but chuckle, despite the knot of fear in his gut. Reassuring, as always. The wizard grunted. "If you wanted reassurance, you came to the wrong place. Now, if you're done wallowing in existential dread, I have a new challenge for you. Let's see how you handle teleportation under duress, shall we?" As Bjorn wearily got to his feet, he realized that beneath Naloth's harsh exterior, there might be a glimmer of genuine concern. wasn't much, but in that moment, it was enough. The moonlight filtering through ash-clogged windows cast long shadows in Naloth's tower. Bjorn's restless sleep was shattered by instinct. He rolled just as a blade whispered through the air where his throat had been a moment before. Foos. The shout burst from his lips, catching his attacker off guard. The figure, thin and clad in dark armor, was thrown backwards, crashing into a shelf of soul gems. In the fluctuating glow of shattered crystals, Bjorn got his first clear look at his would-be killer. Red eyes gleaming beneath a shadowed hood. A Dunmer assassin. The fight spilled into the main chamber. Raw power clashing against honed skill. Bjorn's shouts and newly mastered spells met the assassin's fluid grace and deadly precision. They danced a lethal waltz through the clutter of arcane apparatus and towering bookshelves. As they fought, Bjorn found himself reluctantly impressed. This was no common bandit. Every movement of his opponent was laden with lethal purpose, speaking of years of dedicated training. The end came swiftly. Bjorn caught the assassin with a spell that froze her to the floor. Before she could break free, he was there, sword at her throat. Yield, he commanded, voice hoarse from shouting. The assassin met his gaze defiantly. Finish it, she spat. But Bjorn hesitated. In those eyes, beneath the anger and fear, he saw something familiar. A weight, a burden not unlike his own. Who are you? He asked, lowering his sword slightly. Confusion flickered across the assassin's face. I am Trelasa of the Morag tongue, she answered warily. Why? Bjorn pressed. Why did they send you after me? Trelasa's laugh was sharp and bitter. Someone wants you dead, Dragonborn. Isn't that enough? No, Bjorn said firmly, surprising them both. It isn't. I think there's more to you than just an assassin. I'd like to know what that is. As the adrenaline of the battle faded, replaced by an odd, tentative truce, neither Bjorn or Drelasa realized that this moment would change both their lives forever. Drelasa was now a prisoner, trapped in the tower. Over the coming weeks, following their confrontation, Bjorn and Drelasa's relationship evolved from wary opponents to unlikely allies. Late one evening, as Bjorn sat outside her cell, Drelasa broke the silence. The weight of it all. Does it ever lessen? Bjorn met her gaze, understanding immediately. No, he admitted. No, it doesn't. But it helps to know someone else might understand. Their conversations deepened, touching on fears and aspirations. Bjorn spoke of his struggle with his dragon soul, while Drelasa revealed the suffocating expectations of the Morag tongue. As months passed, the connection grew stronger, blurring the lines between friendship and something more. One crisp autumn evening, the tension between them finally broke. Bjorn opened the cell door. Their first kiss was tentative, but quickly ignited into something more passionate. That night, they came together in Bjorn's chambers. In the aftermath, as they lay tangled in each other's arms, both were acutely aware of the complexities of their situation. This definitely complicates things, Drelasa murmured, tracing a scar on Bjorn's chest. It does, he agreed, pulling her closer. But I don't regret it. The affair with the prisoner continued, intense and all-consuming. Yet, beneath the passion lay the constant knowledge that their time together was limited. They both had destinies to fulfill, paths that would inevitably diverge. For now, they found solace and understanding in each other's arms. As spring approached solstice, Bjorn knew his time was drawing to a close. His training with Naloth had reached its peak, and reports of increasing dragon attacks in Skyrim demanded his attention. One evening, he sought out Drelasa to break the news of his impending departure. He found her in the tower's study, her face pale. Before he could speak, she turned to him. "Bjorn," she said, "I am with the child." The words hit him like a physical blow. For a moment he stood frozen, a whirlwind of emotions coursing through him. Joy, fear, and a deep sense of responsibility warred within his chest. "Are you certain?" he finally managed. She nodded. "I've suspected for weeks now. I'm sure." Bjorn moved to her, taking her hands in his. "This changes things," he said. "Does it?" Drelasa asked. "You still have to go, don't you?" He nodded reluctantly. "The dragons in Skyrim. I can't ignore my duty. But this child, our child, they'll need protection." Reaching into his pocket, Bjorn produced a small, ornate ring. Its gold band was etched with intricate dragon designs, a small ruby glowing at its center. "This is a family heirloom," he explained. "It's said to contain a spark of Akatosh's essence." He pressed it into Drelasa's palm. "When the ring fits our child's finger, then you must send them to Skyrim." "Send them away." Drelasa's voice was sharp. "To protect them," Bjorn insisted. "My enemies would use any connection to me as a weapon. The child must not know their heritage until the time is right." Drelasa closed her fingers around the ring, conflict clear on her face. After a long moment, she nodded. I understand. I don't like it, but I understand." The next morning, as Bjorn prepared to board the ship back to Skyrim, he and Relasa shared a long, fierce embrace on the docks. "Take care of yourself," he murmured. "Both of you." "And you," she replied, her voice thick with unshed tears. As the ship pulled away from the dock, Bjorn watched her figure grow smaller. The future was uncertain, but he vowed to return, to be the father his child deserved. As Bjorn's ship docked in Windhelm, the chill of Skyrim's air bit at his face. The city buzzed with tensions, whispers of civil war on every lip. Ulfric Stormcloak's rebellion had gained momentum in his absence, and the Imperial presence felt more oppressive than ever. Walking through the streets, Bjorn found himself torn. The Stormcloak's cry for independence resonated with his Nordic heritage, yet he couldn't ignore the bigger picture. A divided Skyrim would be vulnerable to the growing dragon threat. Months passed by. Bjorn threw himself into his role as Dragonborn, mediating conflicts and battling dragons. But a war loomed ever larger, forcing him to make impossible choices. And in the end, his duty to protect all of Skyrim led him to reluctantly side with the Empire, though the decision weighed heavily on his conscience. Amidst the chaos, Bjorn found an unexpected source of comfort in Eosalda, a merchant he'd befriended in Whiterun. Her practical nature and unwavering support provided a stable anchor in the storm of his life. Their relationship deepened, and within a year they were married in a small ceremony at the Temple of Mara. Isolde brought a semblance of normality to Bjorn's life, a warm hearth to return to after his harrowing adventures. Yet, even as he found contentment in their marriage, sometimes he was haunted by thoughts of what might have been. Late at night, when sleep eluded him, Bjorn's mind would drift to Solstheim. He'd wonder about Trelasa, picturing her with their child, a child he'd never met. The weight of his enchanted ring seemed to press against his finger, a phantom reminder of the future he'd left behind. "Are you all right, love?" Isolde would sometimes ask, noticing his distant gaze. Bjorn would smile, pushing the memories aside. Just thinking about the war, he'd reply, the half-truth sitting uneasily in his chest. As Skyrim's civil war raged on, and dragons continued to darken the skies, Bjorn straddled two lives, a devoted husband and protector of Skyrim, and the absent father haunted by a past he couldn't fully leave behind. Years passed since Bjorn's return to Skyrim. The land, still scarred by civil war and dragon attacks, now teetered on the brink of an uneasy peace. At High Hrothgar, the ancient monastery atop the throat of the world, Skyrim's most influential leaders had gathered for crucial negotiations. Bjorn, older now and bearing the weight of a decade worth of battles and difficult decisions, stood as a mediator between the factions. The discussions were tense, each side reluctant to concede ground. Suddenly, the great doors of the hall burst open. In strode a young Dunmer boy, no more than 12 years old, his red eyes scanning the room with a mixture of determination and awe. Who dares interrupt these proceedings? General Tullius demanded, rising from his seat. The boy straightened his shoulders. I am Varan, he announced, his voice surprisingly steady. I seek the Dragonborn. Before anyone could respond, a guard stumbled in, clutching his bloodied nose. This child, he fought his way past our defenses. His skills are unnatural. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the assembly. As if to prove his point, Baron opened his mouth and shouted, Fus. The force of his thum sent a nearby table skidding across the floor, scattering documents and goblets. Chaos erupted. Leaders jumped to their feet. Guards drew weapons, and accusations flew. An assassin, a spy, a threat to everything we've worked for. Bjorn stood frozen, his mind reeling. child with the ability to shout. Arngir, the eldest of the Greybeards, called for silence. The boy's arrival is unexpected and troubling. His abilities raise questions we cannot ignore. All eyes turn to Bjorn. The fragile peace negotiations hanging in the balance. Isolde, at Bjorn's side, gripped his arm. "Be careful, my love," she whispered. Bjorn nodded. "I must confront him," he announced to the room. "For the sake of these talks, for the sake of peace, and for the sake of Skyrim." As he stepped forward to face Aaron, Bjorn's heart raced. This young Dunmer's arrival had shattered the careful diplomacy of the peace talks. Whatever came next would shape not only the negotiations, but potentially the future of Skyrim itself. The great hall fell silent as Bjorn and Varen faced each other. The boy's stance was a mirror of Bjorn's own fighting style. "Who trained you?" Bjorn demanded. Varen's eyes flashed with anger. "I trained myself," he spat. The fight erupted suddenly. Varen launching himself at Bjorn with surprising speed. His attacks were a blur of familiar techniques. As they clashed, Bjorn felt a storm of emotions. Confusion and a terrible suspicion. Varen fought with unbridled fury. Every strike laden with years of pent-up rage. The assembled leaders watched in stunned silence as the Dragonborn and the mysterious boy traded blows and shouts, the very foundations of the hall trembling. In a moment of desperation, seeing Varen prepare a powerful Thuum, Bjorn acted on instinct. Yol Tur Shul. A deadly fire breath erupted from his mouth before he could stop himself. Varen's eyes widened in shock as the flames engulfed him. He crumpled to the ground. Horrified, Bjorn rushed to the boy's side. And as he cradled Varen in his arms, a faint glow caught his eyes. On the boy's finger, a familiar ring pulsed with light. The very ring he had given Trelasa a decade ago. The truth hit Bjorn like a physical blow. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking. "No, it can't be." Varen looked up at him, his anger giving way to a lifetime of complex emotions. "Father," he said, I just wanted you to see me, to know me. I'm here now," Bjorn choked out, tears streaming down his face. "I'm so sorry." Varen's breath grew labored. "Why?" he asked, his voice fading. "Why didn't you come back? Why did you leave us?" Bjorn struggled to find the words. I thought I was protecting you. I never imagined." With his last breath, Varen's hand gripped Bjorn's. "I forgive you." As the light faded from Varen's eyes, Bjorn let out a heart-wrenching cry that shook the very mountains. The assembled leaders stood in shocked silence, witnesses to a tragedy none could have foreseen. In that moment, as Bjorn held his dying son, the fate of Skyrim and the Dragonborn himself was forever altered. As the commotion inside the hall subsided, two figures stood on a distant cliff overlooking the ancient monastery. Trelasa's older red eyes, filled with unshed tears, took in the scene below. Beside her stood another young Dunmer, identical to Varen in every way. "Is it done?" the twin asked, his voice a mirror of his fallen brother's. Trelasa nodded slowly, her hand resting on the boy's shoulder. "Yes," she whispered. "Your brother has played his part. Now it's your turn to shape the fate of Skyrim and your father." The boy's eyes, so like his mother's, hardened. as the wind whipped around them, carrying the echoes of grief. Mother and son stood in silence, the weight of the future hanging between them. One of the cruelest jarls who ever lived in the frozen reaches of Eastmarch, many hundreds of years before the dragon crisis, went by the name of Narfik the Frost-Hearted. His seat of power was the ancient city of Windhelm, whose great stone walls, raised by Iskramor himself, had witnessed countless atrocities under his rule. The Palace of Kings, that towering monument to Nordic architecture, with its massive hearths and ice-rimmed battlements, had become a place of darkness and suffering under his reign. As a small boy in the courtyards of the palace, he had been the sort who would trap ice wraiths just to watch them shatter, and set fire to skeever pups while their mothers watched helplessly. As an old man, he certainly took pleasure in far worse cruelties upon his fellow Nords. If you were a servant in the Palace of Kings, and spilled but a drop of blackbriar mead during the traditional evening feast, you might well end up tied to the posts in the snow quarter until the frost claimed your last breath. And you would consider yourself lucky that the Jarl was in such a good mood. For Jarl Nafrik's cruelty knew no bounds, rivaling even the darkest tales told of the Daedric prince Molag Bal around midnight fires. Throughout the holds of Skyrim, from the pine frosts of Falkreath to the volcanic tundra of Eastmarch, everybody knew his reputation. Even his wife, a noblewoman from an ancient Nordic family who had been promised to him in a political marriage, called him Narvik the Cruel, behind the ancient stone walls. Many a long evening in the Palace of Kings was spent huddled around dying fires, speaking in whispers of his latest acts of malice, while the bitter winds of Skyrim howled through the corridors like the souls of his victims. The servants would gather in the kitchens, warming their hands over cook fires as they traded stories of his latest victims, their voices never rising above a whisper, lest the very stones of Windhelm betray their words to their master. Now, it happened that one day, Jarl Narvik heard tell of a master craftsman who was said to be descended from the snow elves, those ancient Falmer who once ruled these lands before their tragic fall. The artisan, whose name was Volthurian, lived in a modest dwelling near the steaming hot springs of Eastmarch, where the warm waters kept his forge hot, even in the coldest months. His work with gold, silver, and even rarer bronze was known throughout Tamriel, from the shores of Solitude to the depths of Black Marsh. It was said he had learned his craft from the last true snow elf masters, before their kind retreated into legend, and that he could imbue his creations with ancient magic that even the College of Winterhold could not comprehend. Like many cruel men, Narvik coveted beautiful things, not to admire their craftsmanship or to honor the traditions they represented, but simply to possess them, as a dragon hoards its treasure. His chambers were filled with plundered wealth, ceremonial weapons torn from ancient Nordic burial grounds, enchanted jewelry stolen from merchant caravans, and precious artifacts seized from traveling scholars. And so, when he heard about Volthurian, he decided at once the craftsman should become his thrall, spend the rest of his days working only for him. So, he sent his most brutal house carls, armed with Nordic steel and malice, to search for Volthurian, to capture him and bring him back to Windhelm. They came upon Volthurian as he lay asleep in his modest dwelling. The workshop was filled with wondrous creations, enchanted amulets that glowed with inner fire, rings that hummed with protective spells, and delicate circlets that seemed to have been woven from moonlight itself. 700 gold rings lay on the workbench beside his bed, each one enchanted and more finely wrought than any jewelry in all of Tamriel, their craftsmanship surpassing even that of the legendary Dwemer. When the housecarls saw the rings, they seized them and threw them into a sack, their rough hands desecrating works that had taken months of patient artistry to create. Then, exactly the same to Volthorian, binding him with rough ropes that chafed against his pale skin. The next thing the craftsman knew, he stood before the Jarl and his family in the great hall of the Palace of Kings, where ancient banners hung still in the cold air, and the eternal flame cast long shadows across the stone floor. The throne room was vast and cold, despite the massive hearths that burned day and night, and the walls were adorned with the treasures of 100 raids and conquests. Above the Jarl's throne, the skull of an ancient dragon grinned down at the proceedings. "Well, craftsman," Narfik said, turning one of the rings in his gnarled hands. The firelight catching on its perfect surface, and the enchantments flickering like captured starlight. "This isn't bad work. Not bad at all. The rumors of snow elf craft living on in your blood appear to be true. It is mine," Volthorian said quietly, his voice seeming to carry the ancient dignity of his snow elf ancestors. The gathered thanes and servants held their breath at his defiance. "Return it to me. These rings were meant for the temples of the divines, not to lie in a tyrant's hoard." "It was yours," the Jarl corrected him, with an ugly smile. "Now it is mine, and so are you, elf blood. From now on, until Arcade claims you, you will work as my thrall, crafting treasures for me alone. Perhaps I'll even let you craft the chains that bind you." "Never," Volthorian cried. The eternal flame flickered at his outburst, and for a moment the shadow of his snow elf heritage was visible in his features. At this, the Jarl's face grew dark with anger, like storm clouds gathering over the throat of the world. There was nothing Narfik hated more than someone who refused to fear him. And if that someone was young and handsome, as Volthorian undoubtedly was, it only made it worse. For the Jarl was old, his eyes red as blood from too much mead, a face as flabby as a horker's, and a greying beard braided in the Nordic style that did nothing to hide his weak chin. He was also secretly a coward, more akin to the skeevers that plagued his city than the bears that adorned his banners. So, Volthorian was everything he was not. Graceful where he was grotesque, brave where he was craven, skilled where he was merely privileged. And that was why he hated him. "Take him away," the Jarl commanded, his voice cracking like thin ice. "And set him on the accursed isle of Wormtooth, where the sea ghosts will ensure he cannot escape. Let him craft his pretty trinkets there, surrounded by nothing but cold water and colder stones." "May I make a suggestion, my love?" the Jarl's wife asked. She sat beside her husband on a smaller throne, draped in furs and adorned with jewelry taken from other artisans who had caught her husband's greedy eye. "Of course, my little vial of frostbite venom. Have the sinews of his knee joints severed. That way, he won't be able to walk, let alone swim through the freezing waters. The healers from the temple can ensure he lives, but never walks again." The Jarl and his two sons laughed heartily at this suggestion, their mirth echoing through the Palace of Kings like the howls of wild werewolves. And so the guards dragged Volthorian away to the palace dungeons, where practitioners from the temple carried out their grim work with surgical precision. The royal family's laughter grew louder still when they heard his cries of pain echo across the frozen courtyard, drowning out even the eternal winds that howled through Windhelm's ancient stones. So it was. Volthorian found himself exiled to Wormtooth Isle. Desolate rock jutting out from the sea of ghosts, where legend said an ancient dragon had once made its roost. The bitter winds that howled down from the north made even the hardiest Nord sailors avoid these waters, where ice floes drifted like pale ghosts in the perpetual mist. They had constructed a crude shelter with a forge and a rough bed of pine. But there was nothing else for his comfort, save for the bones of long-dead horkers that littered the shore. Though he could stumble a few steps using a staff carved from a bleached, spriggan root, each movement brought searing pain that not even his most powerful restoration magic could fully ease. Besides, there was nowhere to go. The isle was so small, he could see from one frost-bitten shore to the other, where the waves crashed endlessly against black rocks, sharp as dragons' teeth. Nothing grew there, save for a few withered snowberries, sparse tundra cotton, that somehow clung to life between the rocks. The bitter winds of Skyrim howled constantly, and the sea spray froze upon contact with anything it touched, coating everything in a glittering shroud of ice. Even the hawks and the ice wraiths avoided this cursed place, leaving Volthorian truly alone, with nothing but the mournful cries of the wind for company. Every day, a servant would row out from Windhelm in a weather-beaten skiff, bringing gold, silver, and precious Dwemer bronze, the raw materials of Volthorian's craft. The servant never spoke, having had his tongue removed by the Jarl's order to ensure no messages could be passed. If the artisan had created something to please the Jarl the day before, the servant would also bring salted horker meat, mead, and hard bread. If not, he would starve in the bitter cold, sustained only by melted snow and what little magic remained in his weakened state. Thus was Volthorian forced to work. And in his palace, Jarl Narvik became the envy of every noble, from Solitude to Riften, as more and more priceless ornaments appeared in his chambers, each one imbued with ancient snow elf enchantments that had been thought lost to time. But Volthorian had the ancient blood of the snow elves in his veins, and their magic still whispered in his dreams. On nights when the aurora danced overhead, he could hear the voices of his ancestors speaking to him in the old tongue, reminding him of the power that once made the Falmer great. He did not despair. Instead, he plotted escape, drawing upon knowledge passed down through generations of snow elf artificers. He could not walk, but perhaps, with all his skills and the forgotten magic of his people, he could learn to fly, as the ancient snow elves were said to have done before their fall. And so, he began to forge himself a pair of wings, with feathers crafted from Dwemer brass, beaten thinner than snow, and struts of enchanted silver that hummed with power. He wove spells of lightness and air into the metal as he worked, incorporating shards of grand soul gems and fragments of ancient Falmer artifacts he had kept hidden from his captors. Every night, after completing his work for the Jarl, he would turn to the wings, and slowly, very slowly, they began to take shape under the aurora's ethereal light. The one person in the Palace of Kings who took no pleasure in the growing hoard of treasures was Borka, the Jarl's only daughter. Unlike her brothers, who had inherited their father's cruelty along with his Nordic blood, she had somehow been blessed with a gentler spirit, perhaps touched by Mara herself. This made her a constant disappointment to her father, who had hoped to marry her off to some equally cruel Jarl to extend his influence. But she had fallen in love with Volthorian the moment she had laid eyes on him in the Great Hall, seeing in him something noble that transcended the ancient enmity between Nords and elves. One day, making an excuse about wanting to see the legendary waters, she convinced a terrified guard to row her out to Volthorian's exile. She found him in his shop while he was crafting a pair of golden candlesticks meant to hold enchanted flames that would never die. Their surfaces were etched with ruins of power that seemed to move in the corner of one's eye. can I do for you, my lady? Volthorian asked when he saw her. My ring is too loose, she said, stretching out one finger, bearing a band of gold that seemed to capture the very essence of sunlight. The craftsman flinched visibly when he saw it, for she wore one of the rings he had enchanted himself. The sight of it on a Nord's finger made his blood run colder than the sea of ghosts. I want you to adjust it, Orga continued, seemingly oblivious to his distress. And give it to me, and I shall see to it, he replied. Volthorian took the ring and set to work, while the Jarl's daughter sat and gazed at him. How handsome he is, Orgak thought, watching his sure movements at the forge. His hair is as pale as freshly fallen snow, and his eyes hold the ancient wisdom of the Falmer. Until my father had his legs ruined and exiled here, he must have been as strong as any Nord warrior. But even after all his suffering, he still carries with him the dignity of the ancient snow elves. By the Nine, how could my father do such a thing to him? He is so young, so gentle, possessed of such rare skill. I could kill her, Valorian thought, gripping his enchanted hammer that had been quenched in ice wraith essence. I could have my revenge on her father by striking her down where she sits. And why not? Though she is but a girl, the blood of that monster runs through her veins like poison. Yes, I will kill her and feed her body to the horkers that crowd these shores. And so, clutching the hammer tighter, Volthorian turned around, ancient magic crackling at his fingertips. I love you, Volthorian, Orgak said suddenly. And I hate my father for what he has done to you. His cruelty shames all of Skyrim. When he heard these words, Volthorian smiled to himself. A smile as cold as the sea of ghosts. For he realized that the Jarl's daughter had lost her heart to him, and there was no need to kill her. She would always be his to torment. A sweeter revenge than mere death could provide. "Leave me," he said, quietly turning back to his forge. "I cannot," Orgak wept. "I hate my parents for their cruelty. I have no family now. I have only you, and without you, I am lost in darkness deeper than the depths of Blackreach. "Then you are lost indeed," the craftsman said. "For knowing whose blood runs in your veins, I can look only upon you with hatred. Orgak fled from the workshop to begin the slowest death of all, the death of unrequited love. The color drained from her Nordic skin until it was pale as snow. Her hair turned gray as ash. She ate so little that her bones showed like a drogar's beneath her skin. Soon, she was no more than a shade, wandering the cold corridors of the Palace of Kings. Her eyes red as blood from weeping, causing the servants to whisper that she had been cursed by ancient snow elf magic. Jarl Narvik noticed the change in his daughter, but knew neither its cause nor its cure. He considered having her flogged to improve her spirits, or at least to improve his own, but never got around to it. For by this time, he had other concerns. His 2 sons had vanished without a trace, and although Narvik had never shown kindness to any living thing, he was genuinely fond of his sons, seeing in them the same cruelty he so prized himself. What could have happened to them? He asked the Queen one evening. It's not like them to simply vanish into the night like rabbits before a fox. "Oh, they're probably hunting frost trolls in the mountains," Queen said. The worry lined her face. "You know how they love to prove their Nordic valor. I'll have them flogged when they return," Narvik growled, tearing at his meat. "And I'll have Borgak flogged as well. Look at her. sitting there moaning like a ghost in the crypts. "Don't trouble yourself, my dear," the queen interrupted. "Here, have some mead. These are the new drinking vessels that Volthorian has sent us. Aren't they quite exquisite? The enchantments make the mead stay perfectly chilled. "Yes," the Jarl muttered, taking the cup in his hand. As his wife had said, it was beautiful, though unusually large for a drinking vessel. In fact, it was just about the size of a Nord's skull. "Where have they gone?" Narvik sighed, sipping his mead. "They can look after themselves," the queen said, lifting her own cup. "They've got their heads screwed on the right way." They drank in silence, the queen running her fingers over the new necklace that Volthorian had crafted, along with the drinking vessels. It was such an unusual piece, adorned with 4 perfectly spherical soul gems, each one about the size of a Nord's eyeball, glowing with an inner light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. "Do you like it?" she asked, admiring how the gems caught the light of the eternal flames. "Like what?" Narvik grumbled, deep in his cups of mead. "My new necklace. For some reason, it reminds me of our boys. I can't wait to show it to them. I'm sure their eyes will light up when they see it. The enchantments make it glow like the aurora itself." Orgard, sitting at the far end of the great table, beneath the ancient Nordic banners, had not touched her horker stew. The queen turned on her. "There's no need to be so sullen," she snapped. "After all, you received a gift this morning too. Beautiful brooch worthy of the daughter of Windhelm." Indeed, Orgag wore an exquisite brooch, though it too was rather strange. It was crafted from 50 nuggets of enchanted gold, each one precisely the size of a Nord's tooth, arranged in a pattern that resembled the ancient ruins of power. "You should be more grateful," the queen continued. As the old Nordic saying goes, never question the generosity of the gods or your betters. But despite Volthorian's magnificent gifts, a shadow of unease hung over them like a burial shroud. When the guard captain entered to report still no sign of the young lads, Narvik had the unfortunate man dragged to the bloodworks and fed to the ice wolves. And then a storm erupted, unlike any in living memory, over the sea of ghosts. First came the winds, howling around the Palace of Kings like the spirits of the ancient Nords. Then the storm clouds were torn asunder by writhing bolts of lightning that reminded those who saw them of the mighty Alduin himself. Finally, the freezing rain began to fall, turning to sheets of ice upon the ancient stones. Jarl Narvik was awakened by thunder that shook the very foundations of Windhelm. Through his window, he could see nothing but the maelstrom of ice and lightning against the vast darkness of the Skyrim night. The storm more fearsome than any since the dragon Breek. Trembling like a skeever, he huddled in his chambers, clutching his furs about him. A movement outside his window made the Jarl whimper like a child. In those days, there was no glass in the windows, or even the greatest Nordic holds. And he was certain some ancient horror, perhaps a dragon or worse, had come to claim him. Lightning flashed again, and he glimpsed a massive pair of wings, gleaming like Dwemer metal, and sparking with ancient snow elf magic, beating against the raging storm. He wanted to flee to the depths of the palace, but terror froze in him. Then, with another crash of thunder that seemed to shake all of Eastmarch, the figure flew through the window and stood at the foot of the bed. "Guards!" Jarl Narvik screamed. "By the Nine, help! There's a Daedra in my chambers." The door burst open, and the queen, wrapped in bearskins, rushed in. Volthorian, the craftsman, stood before them, wearing the magnificent wings he had forged, his hair wet with the tears of the storm. Ancient Falmer magic crackled around him. casting strange shadows in the walls. He pointed at the Jarl, with a finger that glowed with power drawn from the very essence of his people. Indeed, there is a demon here, he said. A demon of cruelty. A monster that would make even the Daedric princes recoil. And its name is Jarl Narvik. The queen tried to speak, but Volthorian continued, his voice rising above the howling storm. Tonight I leave you, he declared. No mortal shall ever see me again. But before I go, hear how I have repaid your cruelty. Your daughter's heart is shattered. That was not my doing, but she despises you now, as deeply as she loves me, and you have lost her to shadow forever. You have also lost your sons. Where are they? Narvik croaked, his voice weak. They are here, in your palace, Volthorian laughed. Or at least, parts of them remain. They came to my isle, Jarl Narvik. They sought weapons of gold that would make them legendary among the Nords. And so they came in secret, just as your daughter had. I slew your sons to avenge myself upon you. I buried their bodies beneath my forge. But first I crafted these, drinking vessels from their skulls, a necklace from their eyes transformed to soul gems, and a brooch from their teeth. Behold what your cruelty has wrought. This night you have drunk mead from the skulls of your own children. The queen's laughter echoed through the palace, her mind shattering. She cackled madly while the Jarl wept and called upon the divines for vengeance. And Volthorian, last of the true snow elves, stepped back through the window into the raging storm, vanishing into legend and leaving the cruel rulers of Wendhelm to fate. Some say that on stormy nights, when the aurora dances above Windhelm, and the wind howls through the ancient stones of the Palace of Kings, you can still hear the Queen's mad laughter echoing through the corridors, and see a figure with gleaming wings soaring over the sea of ghosts. A reminder to all of how cruelty begets cruelty, even in the harsh lands of Skyrim. And in the crypts below, they say, the bones of two young Nords lie restless, their skulls forever missing, testament to the price of their father's wickedness. The bards still sing of this tale in mead halls across Skyrim, though they speak the names in whispers, lest they draw the attention of the winged figure that sometimes appears in the storm, carrying with him the ancient magic of the snow elves and the weight of a terrible revenge. In the hour before dawn, when even Wilhelm's hardy merchants still huddled near their hearths, Sigrid Stonevoice stood in the deserted marketplace, her breath forming crystals in the bitter air. Before her knelt a boy of 12 winters, his small hands trembling as they traced ancient symbols in a circle of mammoth ash. Around them, the stone walls of Windhelm loomed like sleeping giants, their surfaces rimmed with frost that caught the first whispers of morning light. "Speak the words, Erika," Sigrid commanded, her voice carrying the weight of old mountains. "Speak them true, as our ancestors did." The boy's voice quavered as he recited the sacred phrase, stumbling over symbols that had once shaken the very foundations of Skyrim. Pa, ban, mia tus. Sigrid closed her eyes, remembering how the words had once sparked with power, how they had woven threads of light between Oathmaker and Oath Speaker. But now, watching young Erika struggle, she felt only the hollow echo of what was being lost. Nothing happened. No shimmer of magic. No ghostly threads of light. The mammoth ash remained lifeless, scattered by the pre-dawn breeze that whistled through the empty market stalls. "I'm sorry, Mistress Stonevoice," Erika whispered, his shoulders slumping. I've failed you again." Sigrid laid a weathered hand on the boy's shoulder. Her fingers bore the ritual scars of 50 years of oath binding, pale lines that crisscrossed like a spider's web. "The failure is not yours, child. The old magics fade like snow in spring, whether we will it or no." As she spoke these words, The first rays of dawn spilled over Windhelm's ancient walls, bringing life to the marketplace. Merchants emerged from their shops, stamping their feet against the cold, their breath mingling with the smoke from newly lit braziers. Two merchants approached her, Bjorn Greymane and Solvik the Fair, their faces pinched with mutual distrust. They sought to seal a trading contract, a simple thing that once would have been beneath an oath-maker's notice. But in these diminished days, even minor bindings served to remind the people of what was being lost. "Stand before me," Sigrid commanded, drawing herself to her full height. Though her hair had long since turned white as Windhelm snows, she carried herself with the dignity of the old ways. "Speak your oaths." As the merchants stated their terms, Sigrid reached out with senses honed by decades of practice. There, like the last ember in a dying fire, she felt the familiar stirring of power. Golden threads of light, thin as spider silk, but strong as steel, began to weave themselves between the merchant's clasped hands. The gathered crowd gasped, even now, after all these years. The sight of true oath magic could still wander in Nordic hearts. Threads pulsed once, bright as sunshine on snow, before fading into invisibility. Though Sigrid knew they would remain, binding the oath-takers to their words. It was then that the guard arrived, his boots crunching on the frozen ground. He was young, but he bore the insignia of Jarl Skjold Ironfist's personal guard, and his face was grave. "Mistress Stonevoice," he said, bowing slightly, "your presence is required in the Palace of Kings. Both Jarls await you." Sigrid felt a chill that had nothing to do with Windhelm's bitter mourning. Two Jarls, seeking an oath-maker's services. Such a thing had not happened since before the Great War. Whatever brought them together, it would not be a simple trading contract. "Very well," she said, gathering her ritual pouch with its precious mammoth ash and sacred herbs. To Eriker, who still knelt in the scattered ash of his failed attempt, she added softly, Watch and remember, child. The old ways may be fading, but their echoes will outlive us all. The guard led her toward the palace of kings. Its ancient stones looming before them like the bones of some great beast. As she climbed the worn steps, Secret sent a silent prayer to the divines. Let there be enough magic left, she thought, for whatever task awaited her within these hallowed halls. For she was the last of her kind, the final keeper of a dying art, and she could feel in her very bones that this summoning would test not just her power, but the very nature of oaths themselves. The palace of King's Great Hall stretched before Secret like the throat of some ancient beast, its vaulted ceiling lost in shadow despite the dozens of blazing braziers. At its heart, where Ysgramor's throne had once stood, two jarls faced each other across a war table, scarred by generations of daggers. Maps lay scattered between them, their corners weighted with weapons instead of stones. An old Nord insult that did not go unnoticed. Jarl's Joel Iron Fist dominated his end of the table, a giant of a man whose white beard could not hide his proud jaw. His arms, thick as young trees, bore the ceremonial bands of 40 years of rule. Yet Sigrid noticed how his fingers drummed restlessly on his axe hilt, a warrior's habit, betraying an old man's fears. Opposite him stood Jarl Herman the Hawk, lean as a blade and half Skjold's age. His fine clothes did little to mask the hunger in his bearing, though he held himself with a nobleman's pride. Sigrid saw how his eyes darted around the room, sharp and desperate as a fox in a henhouse. The border stands where it has for 10 generations, Skjold was saying, his voice echoing off ancient stones. Since before your grandfather's grandfather drew breath, his massive fist crashed down on a point on the map. Here, at the Three Wolves Ridge. The borders stood thus in times of plenty, Herman countered, his words precise as poisoned needles. But these are not such times. My hold's children grow thin, while your granaries burst with surplus. Around them, Thanes shifted uneasily, hands never far from weapons. The very air crackled with tension, reminding Sigrid of the moment before lightning splits a tree. And what of the raids? One of the Skjold's thanes demanded. 3 farmsteads burned in a fortnight. Tracks leading back to your lands, Hawk. Bandits plague all our holds, Hermund replied smoothly, though Sigrid caught the slight tremor in his hand as he traced the disputed boundary. Perhaps if we had access to the eastern pastures. Enough. Skjold's word fell like a headman's axe. You speak of children and bandits, yet your men mass at Weeping Rock. Think you we cannot see your war preparations from our walls? As the argument spiraled, Sigrid studied Hermund more closely. Beneath his calculated and careful posture, she sensed fracture lines running deep as glacial crevices. His fine cloak was newly made, yet the boots beneath it were worn thin. His guards, though well armed, had the gaunt look of men who had missed too many meals. My lord speaks of traditions, Hermund said finally. But what are traditions to the dead? When the snows come, he caught himself straightening. We cannot survive another winter as things stand. Something in his tone made Sigrid step forward from her place in the shadows. Lords, she said, you called for an oath maker. Speak plain. What binding would you have of me? The Jarls exchanged glances. Centuries of distrust, warring with present necessity. It was Skjold who answered finally. We would have peace, he rumbled, bound by the old magics, witnessed by the gods themselves. A formal declaration of boundaries and obligations, sealed with oath light and sacred ash. Peace, Hermund echoed, and Sigrid heard the crack in his voice. Yes, peace and cooperation between our holds. His eyes held something that might have been hope, or might have been despair. As Sigrid began laying out the requirements for such a binding, she noticed a servant girl from Hermund's hold slip into the hall. the girl whispered something in her Jarl's ear that drained what little color remained from his face. Though he showed no other reaction, Sigrid saw his knuckles whiten on the table's edge. Whatever afflicted Hermann's home, it was worse than mere border disputes or empty granaries. There was something broken in the very foundations of his land. Something that drove him to risk everything on this desperate gambit. And now, she would bind him with oaths to a peace he could clearly not afford to keep. As she began the preparations, grinding the sacred herbs and inscribing the ancient circles, Sigrid felt the weight of coming tragedy settle around her shoulders like a funeral shroud. For the first time in her long years as an oathmaker, she found herself dreading the shimmer of oath light and what truths it might reveal. By tradition, great oaths must be sworn as the sun dies. As dusk approached, Sigrid transformed the palace of King's Great Hall into a temple of the old ways. Servants extinguished every torch, leaving only the fading daylight that filtered through the high windows. In that purple twilight, she began her work. First came the mammoth ash, so ancient it was said to have been gathered from the funeral pyres of Ysgramor's own companions. Sigrid poured it through her fingers, letting it fall in precise patterns upon the stone floor. Each line and curve was a word in a language older than Windhelm itself. Prayers for truth, bindings of honor, invocations of consequence. The ash seemed to drink what little light remained, creating a circle of darkness that made hardened warriors step back in unease. At each cardinal point, she placed bundles of sacred herbs. Frost Narayan from high Hogara's slopes, dried snowberries gathered under autumn moons, and most precious of all, strands of moth silk, preserved from the days when priests still read the Elder Scrolls in Winterhold. As she crushed and burned each offering, the smoke carried whispers of older times, when oaths had power enough to shake mountains. Enter the circle, she commanded the Jarls, her voice rough with herb smoke. Both men stepped forward, their faces ghostly in the gathering dark. Remove your weapons, your symbols of office. Before the gods, you must stand as equals. The ritual words came in the ancient Nordic tongue, harsh syllables that echoed off the walls like the voices of the dead. With each phrase, Sigrid felt the power of building, not the clean, crisp force of her morning bindings, but something deeper, wilder. This was old magic, drawing strength from the very bones of Skyrim itself. Speak your oaths, she instructed. First, the victor's peace, then the yielder's acceptance. Jarl Skjold spoke first, his voice steady as mountain stone. By ice and iron, by blood and bone, I swear fair sharing of land and bounty. Where my power reaches, there shall your people find shelter and sustenance. The oath light kindled between them, a thread of pure gold spanning itself from his heart. It hung in the air like captured sunshine, awaiting its mirror. Then Herman stepped forward, and Sigrid felt the change. The very air seemed to recoil as he spoke the answering oath. By ice and iron, by blood and bone, I swear to honor boundaries old and new. Where your power reaches, there shall my people keep peace. A second thread emerged from his breast, twinning with the first. But as the magics merged, Sigrid saw what no other could. A sickly purple sheen that pulsed with the golden light. Like wrought in the heart of an apple. The sight made her stomach clench. In all her years of binding, she had never seen an oath light corrupt at the moment of its making. The assembled crowd gasped in wonder as the combined thread flared brilliant white and sank into the ground, sealing the oath. None but Sigrid saw how the mammoth ash turned black where the light had touched it, or how the sacred herbs withered in their bowls. Horns blew. Torches were lit. The great hall erupted in cheers as servants rushed forward with mead and platters of food. A feast to celebrate peace between the holds. A moment that would be remembered in songs and stories for generations to come. Sigrid stood apart from the revelry, her hands shaking as she gathered her materials. Corrupted ash crumbled at her touch, falling through her fingers like grave dirt. She watched Jarl Hermund accept congratulations, saw how his smile never reached his eyes, noted how he flinched almost imperceptibly when Jarl Skjold embraced him as a brother. She had bound countless oaths in her long years of service. Marriages and treaties, fostering arrangements and blood prices. She had seen oaths broken after their making, watched the consequences unfold, but never had she bound an oath that was false in its very forging. The implications chilled her more deeply than any Windhelm winter. A false oath bound with the old magics would demand a price, not just from the oath-breaker, but from the land itself. And this was no simple marriage vow or merchant's contract. This was an oath of peace between halls, witnessed by the gods themselves. As the celebration roared around her, Sigrid's stone voice, last of the oath makers, felt the first tremors of approaching doom. In binding this oath, she had not prevented a war. She had merely changed its nature. Summer came to Skyrim like a half-hearted apology. But in the lands between the holds, spring's thaw never arrived. Frost crept across the earth in strange patterns that reminded Siegfried of the corrupted Oathlight's sickly threads. Fields that should have burst with life lay barren, their soil glittering with rime even under the midday sun. The few plants that dared push through the frozen ground emerged twisted, their leaves black and stems pearl white, as if they had been carved from ice. Sigrid watched it all from the ramparts of Windhelm, each day bringing fresh reports that made her bones ache with dread. Farmers spoke of entire herds of deer fleeing south, their eyes wild with terror. Hunters returned empty-handed, claiming their arrows passed through phantom elk that dissolved into mist. At night, wisps of green light danced above the ancient barrows, and the voices of the dead could be heard singing in the old tongue. The land remembers broken oaths, the old woman whispered in the marketplace, making signs against evil. They were right, though they didn't know how right. Unable to bear the weight of her knowledge alone, Sigrid decided to act. Disguised as a wandering healer, a common sight in these troubled times, she made her way into Hermann's hold. The journey showed her horrors that confirmed her darkest fears. Villages lay half abandoned, their remaining inhabitants hollowed-eyed and gaunt. Fields that had once grown enough grain to feed 3 holds now produced only a peculiar blue-tinted wheat that crumbled to ash at the touch. The very air felt wrong, carrying an ancient malice that set her oath-maker's senses screaming. In one particularly hard-hit village, an old woman pulled Sigrid aside, her grip surprisingly strong. "It's not just the cold that kills us," she whispered, glancing fearfully at the mountains. "It's the dreams. Everyone dreams of ice and darkness, of pale eyes watching from below. And the children." She stopped, shaking her head. Sigrid pressed her for more, and finally woman led her to a house at the village edge. Inside, a young girl lay in a fever sleep. Her skin bearing traceries of frost that neither fire nor friction could dispel. As Sigrid examined the markings more closely, she recognized them. Ancient Falmer script, writing itself on human flesh. It started after the miners broke through into the deep caves, the woman explained. They found something down there, something old. Jarl Hermund ordered the mines sealed, but it was too late. The cold had already crept into our bones. That night, as Sigrid made camp in a sheltered valley, she witnessed the truth of these stories. The northern lights appeared, not in their usual colors, but in shades of ice blue and corpse white. They formed patterns that she recognized from her studies of the oldest Nordic texts. Warnings written in the sky itself, speaking of ancient wrongs and prices yet to be paid. From her camp, she could see the sealed mine entrance the old woman had mentioned. Even at this distance, she felt the wrongness emanating from it. Not just the physical cold, but the spiritual chill of an ancient curse stirring from its slumber. The false oath had done more than corrupt the land. It had awakened something that had slumbered since the days when snow elves still walked under the stars. The pieces began to click into place. Hermann's desperation, the failing crops, the children's affliction. This was no natural famine driving the Jarl's action. His hold labored under a curse far older than any living memory. A doom born from another broken oath in Skyrim's dark past. And in swearing falsely in the present, he had somehow strengthened the ancient curse's hold. As dawn approached, Sigrid wrapped herself tighter in her cloak, though she knew the chill she felt came not from the air, but from certainty. She was no longer dealing with a simple matter of oath-breaking. She faced something far older and more terrible. A chain of broken promises, stretching back to the very roots of the conflict between Nord and Falmer. The question was no longer how to punish a false oath, but how to break a cycle of betrayal that had poisoned the land for generations. And somewhere in the darkness below, in those sealed mines, where ancient eyes watched and waited, lay the key to it all. In the deepest hour of night, Sigrid slipped past Hermann's guards into the sealed mine, her Oathmaker's magic dimming their torches just long enough to pass unseen. The tunnel's walls bore tool marks that gave way to older cuts, precise angles and smooth surfaces that spoke of Falmer craft. As she descended, the air grew thick with ancient malice. The passage opened into a vast chamber. Elegant arches soared overhead, their surfaces covered in spiraling script that glowed with a faint, poisonous light. At the chamber's heart stood a pillar of black ice, seamless, save for the carvings that wrapped around its surface like a serpent. Sigrid's hands trembled as she traced the ancient words. They told the story of a time when snow elves and Nords had attempted peace, of promises made beneath these very arches. The Nords had sworn to respect ancient boundaries, to let the snow elves keep their deepest sanctuaries. But when a terrible winter came, they broke their oath, driving the snow elves from their last refuges. In their final hour, the snow elf priests had laid a curse. The land would remember, and one day it would make the Nords know the meaning of bitter refuge and desperate survival. Now you know. Jarl Hermann's voice echoed through the chamber. He emerged from the shadows, looking older than when she'd bound his oath. Why, I had no choice. You knew about this place, Sigrid said. It wasn't a question. Found it 3 winters ago, when the curse first began to wake. The signs were small at first. Failed crops, sick livestock. Then the children started dreaming of ice and darkness. His voice crackled. I tried everything. Offerings, prayers. Even sought help from those damned college mages. Nothing worked. He gestured at the black pillar. The curse grows stronger each season. This winter, half my hold will starve. I needed Windhelm's resources, their fertile lands. His laugh was bitter as winter wind. Better to bear the curse of one broken oath than watch my entire hold perish from one sworn centuries ago. Sigrid saw the truth in his eyes. The desperation of a man who would damn himself to save his people. But she also saw something he had missed in the ancient carvings. A pattern hidden within the curse itself. But before she could speak, horns blew in the distance. Herman straightened, his face hardening. That's the signal. My men move on Windhelm tonight. The false oath will break, but my people will survive. He'll start a war, Sigrid warned. Yes, better a swift war than a slow death. He drew his sword. I can't let you warn them. But Sigrid's stone voice hadn't survived as the last Oathmaker by being defenseless. As her power flared, the chamber's ancient magics responded. The cursed light casting strange shadows on the walls. Listen, she commanded. The curse can be broken, but not with blood. Those who wrote these words left another way. The curse manifested first in small ways that grew impossible to ignore. Morning frost refused to melt, spreading in patterns that resembled ancient script. Wells froze solid, despite burning summer days. The ice within them, black as night and cold enough to shatter steel. In the barrows of the honored dead, the Droker stirred from their ancient sleep, their eyes gleaming with memories of betrayals long past. They walked the nights in formations, as if refighting battles only they could remember. Village elders spoke of ghost lights hovering above the snow, singing with voices that brought tears to mortal eyes. Those who followed these lights were found days later, wandering and babbling of underground halls where snow elves still danced. If they were found at all, that is. The very ground groaned with old magic awakening, and in both holds, even the most hardened warriors whispered that the land itself had declared war upon the living. Sigrid raced against time, following the paths of power deep beneath Herman's hold. The tunnels changed as she descended. Rough mine shafts, giving way to corridors carved with painful precision. Their surfaces smooth as glass, yet somehow softly luminescent. The Falmer she encountered seemed different here, moving with terrible purpose. Their blind eyes tracked her movements, their weapons lowered not in submission, but in ancient recognition of her Oathmaker's power. They let her pass, but their chittering whispers followed her into the depths, speaking words that teased the edges of comprehension. In the deepest chamber, where ice-rimmed pillars rose like ribs of some great beast, she found what the curse had been protecting all along. The walls held memories in crystal, each facet a window into the time before. Sigrid watched, transfixed, as scenes played out in ghostly light. Snow elves and Nords, sharing meals beneath the aurora. Their children playing games that mixed magic and merriment. She saw them weaving complex enchantments together, binding their peoples with oaths that sang in harmonies no living throat could produce. Then came the terrible winter. She felt the desperate hunger in the Nords' eyes as their children wasted away. Saw the moment their desperation overcame their honor. The betrayal unfolded in frozen tableau. Broken oaths, broken bodies, broken trust. Yet, as the last snow elf priests fell, their curse was not one of simple vengeance. It was a lesson, written in magic and blood, that their conquerors might one day understand the true price of desperate choices. Understanding struck Sigrid like lightning. Her binding of Hermann's false oath hadn't just awakened the old curse. It had completed a circuit of power centuries in the making. Past and present were now locked together, each broken promise feeding the other's power. The land would die unless both wrongs could be addressed as one. Racing back to the surface, she found both holds mobilizing for war. But in those ancient crystals, she'd seen something else. The original form of oath magic, when Nord and Snow Elf worked in harmony. It would require both Jarl's participation, willing and true, in a ritual that hadn't been performed since before the Dragon War. Your war would solve nothing, she told the assembled Jarls and their warriors. The land sickens not from one broken oath, but from generations of them, layered like ice in a glacier's heart. Under the winter solstice moon, before the black ice pillar that held the snow elf's last curse, Sigrid prepared the final ritual. She laid out ancient snow elf crystals in a complex pattern, their facets pulsing with stored memories. Between them, she poured Nordic ritual ash in spirals that mirrored the auras above. Both Jarls stood facing each other in the ceremonial space, their breath frosting in patterns that matched the crystal's light. To break a curse born of broken oaths, Sigrid intoned, requires the making of a new kind of promise. Her hands moved through patterns she'd learned from the crystal memories. Magic older than Ysgramor's landing. Not a bond of dominance or submission, but one of shared fate. Both peoples fail when they try to survive alone. Only together can this wrong be righted. As she spoke the words of power, part Nordic tongue, part snow elf song, the crystals began to chime. The sound grew until it filled the chamber, a harmony of ice and iron, blood and starlight. The Jarl's voices joined hers, first hesitant, then, with growing strength, speaking oaths that bound not just their holds, but their very lives together. The magic rose like a storm, ancient power meeting present need. Sigrid felt something fundamental shift within her as she channeled both magics. She was no longer just a Nord oathmaker, but something new. A bridge between lost ways and living needs. The power threatened to tear her apart, but she held firm, understanding at last this was what all her years of binding had prepared her for. The price was heavy. The old form of oath binding would fade, its power transformed into something both holds would share. The land would heal, but bear forever the marks of what had happened. And deep below, the watching Falmer would remember and wait, perhaps to begin to understand that not all surface dwellers were oath breakers. In the years that followed, children in both holds learned a new kind of oath-making, one that spoke of shared burdens and mutual care. They played in fields where flowers bloomed with petals of frost, beautiful and strange. The barriers between holds slowly dissolved as people realized their fates were now inexorably linked. Their prosperity and hardship shared like bread at a common table. The crops that grew in those lands bore touches of ancient magic. Grains that glittered like frost, but nourished deeply. Fruits with flesh like crystallized honey. Wells that had frozen solid became sacred places. Their waters holding memories that could be read by those who knew how to listen. And on clear nights, when the moons rode high and the aurora danced, wise ones said you could still hear the ancient harmonies, Nord and snow elf magic, singing together in the land's deep places. Some even whispered that in the deepest caves, the Falmer were changing, remembering fragments of what they had once been. Sigrid Stone Voice, last of the Oathmakers, first of the new, would often stand upon the walls of Windhelm in winter, watching the lights play across the snow. The aurora would catch the crystal scars on her hands, marks left by the ritual that had changed everything. And she would smile, remembering how the greatest truths often lie in the spaces between broken promises and new understandings. For in Skyrim, as she had learned, oaths never truly die. They only change their shape, like ice floating down from the mountains, finding new paths to ancient seas. And sometimes, in the breaking of the old, something stronger and stranger can take root and grow. In the shadow of ancient pines stood the village of Helgenholt, and there dwelt Jarl Shelfgard the Cold, whose name was whispered with fear from Falkreath to Dawnstar. You see, the High King had granted Shelfgarth 3 wives, a rare privilege earned through valor against Aldemir Dominion. His amber mead hall echoed with songs of victory, yet the Jarl found no peace. For an elder moth priest, blind eyes gleaming with visions from the Elder Scrolls, had spoken words that chilled Shelfgarth's blood. A son, born of your line, shall cast you down, the priest prophesied, sending your soul not to Songard, but to the eternal hunt. Thus, Shelfgarth decreed that only daughters would inherit his throne. Driven by both fear and greed, for each daughter wed to neighboring jarls would bring bride prices in gold and ancient artifacts to fill his coffers. Two wives bore him fair daughters, with hair spun like gold and eyes as blue as mountain flowers. But his third and most beloved, Niorna, carried a child blessed by Kinnereth herself. As Niorna's time drew near, strange omens manifested in Helgenholt. Snow around her dwelling melted despite winter's grip. Her chores completed themselves. Water buckets filled by unseen hands. Fires sparked without flint. Bread rising in cold ovens. The babe speaks the dragon tongue within my womb, Niorna whispered to her handmaiden. I feel him forming, words of power yet unborn. On the night when Masser and Secunda aligned perfectly above, when the aurora painted ribbons of emerald and violet across the heavens, Niorna's time came. The midwives gathered as thunder shook the longhouse. By the 9, gasped the eldest midwife, as the child emerged, not wailing, but walking, speaking words in ancient tongue that made the very air shimmer. Thus came Miraxon into the world, bearing 3 gifts: an ancient Nordic warhammer, inscribed with power runes, an enchanted hunting bow, carved from elder gleam wood, and an amulet containing a soul gem of a long-dead wizard. When word reached Shovgarth, his face darkened. His face darkened like storm clouds over Geral mountains. A prophecy shall not come to pass, he growled, summoning his hulking executioner. Bring me the child. But when the axe fell upon Miraxon, the infant raised his tiny warhammer, shattering the blade like brittle ice. Enraged, Shovgarth drew his own bow, loosing frost-enchanted arrows that could freeze a man's heart. Yet, the child baited each shaft aside as if swatting snowflies. Dark magic protects him, snarled the Jarl. Then we shall try Ariel. By midnight, Shavgard's house carls entombed Miraxan beneath a burial mound outside the village, sealed with stones marked by priests of Archay. Yet, Dawn found the child striding into the great hall, friendly Droger shambling behind him. Ancient warriors recognizing the blood of heroes in his veins. It was said in his final desperation, Shavgarth sealed Miraxan with a Dwemer capsule, golden brass acquired from the ruins of Emsulft, and cast it into the depths of a lake. Let slaughter fish be your playthings, the Jarl muttered, as the device sank beneath dark waters. Within the Dwemer capsule, Miraxan gazed through the viewport as curious slaughterfish circled and water spirits danced in filtered sunlight. Hear me, creatures of scale and current. His voice penetrated metal and water alike. I am Miraxan, born under the twin moons, descended from the dragonborn blood. No water nor metal shall contain my destiny. The capsule drifted toward the lake's southern reaches, where reeds swayed in gentle currents. There waited a water hag, servant of forsworn witch Carla, whose brother Carnulf, a werewolf, had married Miraxan's aunt, Ingvild. Little princeling in golden shell, croaked the hag. My mistress foresaw your coming. Her brother would have you never reach shore alive. Foul tendrils of magic wrapped around the Dwemer metal, dragging the capsule toward murky depths. Within, Miraxan closed his eyes and remembered words that had come to him before birth. Fus ro da. The Thum cracked the viewport, sending shock waves through the water. The lake parted like a curtain, revealing its bed strewn with ancient treasures and bones of those who sought them. Miraxan guided his vessel along this momentary dry path until reaching the western shore, near Carth Austin. Maidens drawing water witnessed a golden object rolling ashore. Fetch Lady Ingvild, one cried. Something strange comes from the waters. Ingvild sister to Nornia, and wife to shapeshifter Karnolf, arrived swiftly. Though her husband had pledged to forsworn ways, Ingvild kept faith with the old Nord traditions, wearing Talos's amulet beneath her furs. With silver dagger, kept for nights when Karnolf transformed, she pried open the Dwemer contraption. Inside sat Miraxon, playing with his soul gem amulet, as if his journey had been a mere afternoon diversion. By the 9, Ingvild gasped. You are Niorna's son. I see her eyes in yours. Though something ancient dwells there too. Something unnamed. I am Miraxon, the child replied. Thrice has my father tried to end my days. I seek my mother's kin for shelter. Karnolf would return with sunset, forsworn allies at his back. We must hide you, Ingvild urged. My husband dreams of a child who would unite holds against the forsworn and restore worship of 9 throughout the Reach. But concealing Miraxon proved impossible. Power radiated from him, setting air humming. Sensing this disturbance, Karnolf returned early with a forsworn shaman, whose antlered headdress bore human teeth and hawk feathers. I smell Shofgarth's blood, growled Karnolf, eyes shifting from human to beast. Where hides the whelp woman? Before Ingvild could answer, traps sprung up around the village. Poisoned spears shot from hidden mechanisms as hag ravens cackled from shadows. The shaman summoned a storm Atronak to strike with lightning and fury. But Miraxon's quarter Breton blood from his grandmother offered some protection. As storm raged, a great hawk, Time's messenger, swooped down to perch on Miraxon's shoulder, screeching, warning of dangers ahead. We cannot stay, Ingvild decided. We must find my brothers in the mountains, hunters who bow to no Jarl and fear no forsworn. And so, high in Druidak mountains, where goats traversed narrow trails, saber cats hunted in pine shadows. Miraxon met his mother's brothers, 7 Nord hunters, tall as giants and strong as bears. "You claim to be our sister's son," growled Ulfgar, eldest with bone-braided beard. "Yet, you stand mere child height. Speaking of magic and destiny, what proof have you of lineage?" Miraxon drew his hunting bow and loosed a single arrow skyward. Mid-flight, it burst into flame, splitting into 7 burning stars that circled overhead before landing in a perfect ring around them. "By Talos," whispered Hrothgar, youngest uncle, "the old magic runs in his veins." "Magic befits elves and Bretons," Ulgarf spat. "True Nords fight with steel and courage." Miraxon nodded solemnly. "Then let us test both. My father thrice attempted my death. Now, I would claim birthright in Helgenholt." Despite initial doubts, the uncles agreed to march on Helgenholt. Pride led them to insist on entering first, to demonstrate strength to the Jarl who wronged their sister. "We shall break his gates," Ulfgar boasted, "and you may follow in our wake, little one." But Shovgarth had prepared. His housecarls hidden in surrounding trees loosed poison arrows that felled 4 brothers before they could draw any weapons. The remaining 3 fought valiantly, but were overwhelmed, dragged in chains before the Jarl. Miraxon, watching from a lightning-struck pine, felt rage building like ancient dragon fire in his chest. He raised his face to the sky and called upon power previously unknown. "Stro, pa, quo," he shouted. Clear skies split with thunder as lightning rained upon Helgenholt with uncanny precision. The great mead hall where Shovgoth cowered on his throne, exploded in splinters. Every dwelling's thatch ignited. The 9 wooden idols in the village square reduced to ash. Within minutes, proud Helgenholt became smoking ruins. Every soul within, save Shovgarth, who fled in terror, journeyed to Songard. Ingvild, following at distance, wept at her childhood home's destruction. What have you done? My brothers, the villagers, all gone to afterlife. Miraxon felt something stir beyond vengeance. He raised his warhammer high, and he brought it down with such force that earth split beneath them. From this chasm rose cold mist, and with it came fallen spirits, including Miraxon's uncles, glowing with Songard's light. The boy opens paths between worlds, whispered a village woman. Miraxon gestured to his uncles. Return to the living. Your time remains incomplete. With sound like rushing wind, his mother's brother's spirits returned to their bodies. Rising from ashes whole and unharmed, other spirits faded back to the mist. Their journey to Songard would continue. Where hides Shovgarth? Demanded Ulfgar, restored to life and burning with battle lust. Where cowers the Oathbreaker, who would murder his own son? But Shovgarth was nowhere among the ruins. You see, during chaos, he had retreated to chambers beneath the Great Hall. There, hidden beneath his throne, lay a Dwemer mechanism, a gift from the merchant who sold him the failed containment capsule. And with trembling hands, the Jarl activated the device. Stone floor slid away, revealing a shaft descending into darkness. A passage to Black Reach, a vast cavern beneath Skyrim, where Dwemer once built their greatest works before vanishing from Nirn. Better to dwell among Falmer than face that demon child's vengeance, Shovgarth muttered, lowering himself into the passage. The a stone sealed above him. Dawn found a spriggan emerging from nearby woods. Ancient, wooden form, twisted like crone and covered in glowing blue ruins. Child of prophecy, she whispered. Your father hides beneath earth. He flees to Blackreach, kingdom of darkness where Falmer crawl and Dwemer machines patrol empty halls. Ingvild clutched her Talos amulet. Blackreach welcomes not the living, only corrupted or desperate venture such depths. Count me among the desperate, declared Miraxon. My task remains incomplete until I face he who thrice sought my death. And so, despite protests, Miraxon located the hidden mechanism beneath charred throne remains. The stone floor slid away, revealing a downward passage. I go alone, he told his kin. Rebuild what was lost. If I return not by next full moons, tell my mother Niorna. Tell her I died with honor. The Dwemer elevator groaned as it carried Miraxon through rock layers and ancient ruins. Air thickened with dampness and strange fungi. After seeming hours, it halted. In a vast cavern illuminated by bioluminescent mushrooms, towering like trees. Yes, this was Blackreach, a hidden realm beneath Skyrim that few had seen and fewer lived to describe. Great brass spheres hung from the distant ceiling, casting sickly light across lakes, underground lakes, and Dwemer structures, half reclaimed by stone and time. As Miraxon took first steps into this alien landscape, a figure shimmered before him. It was the ghost of a woman in a tattered explorer's garb, clutching an unusual bow. Another seeker in the deep dark, she observed, her voice echoing strangely. You're younger than most who hunt Blackreach's treasures. I am Miraxon, seeking not treasure but my father, who fled here, escaping fate. The ghost drifted closer, studying him with hollow eyes. I am Catria, explorer of ancient ruins. Now, I am bound to these caverns until my greatest work completes. Rediscovery of the Ethereum Forge. She gestured to her carved bow. This is Zephyr, my only companion in death as in life. Can you guide me through these caverns, ghost woman? I must find Shovgarth the Cold, Jarl of Helgenhold. Catria laughed like a distant wine chime. I have wandered these halls, watching blind Falmer build twisted kingdoms from Dwemer ruins. If your father came this way, Multhur's, self-styled King of Falmer, will hold him now. As they journeyed deeper, Catria found herself drawn to the child's courage. When they rested beside a glowing water pool, she spoke of her life's quest and tragic end. In turn, Miraxon told of his birth and his father's fear. The Falmer King will offer crimson Nernroot tea, Catria warned, as they approached a grotesque structure built from bone. Refuse it, however he insists. Those who taste it bind themselves to Blackreach forever, souls trapped in fungi when bodies fail. In Multhur's throne room, built within hollowed remains of Dwemer Centurion, Miraxon faced the Falmer King, once snow elf, now twisted by centuries underground and Dwemer betrayal. Multhur sat upon a throne of warped metal and mammoth bones. Surface child comes before Multhur's, he hissed, milky eyes sensing intruders through his other means. We smell hot blood in veins, magic in breath. Why disturb our kingdom, Sunwalker? I seek Shovgarth the Cold, who fled justice to hide in your realm. The Falmer king's lipless mouth twisted in semblance of a smile. The bearded one who reeks of fear, yes. He passes through our domain, seeking sanctuary in deep places. Perhaps Multhurus knows his hiding place. Perhaps Multhurus tells you. After you perform 3 tasks proving worth. A servant brought forth a metal cup filled with steaming blood-colored liquid. Remembering Katria's warning, Miraxon declined with a respectful bow. I will perform tasks without strength from any sacred drink, he said. Name your challenges. Multhurus stirred, displeased but unwilling to show it. First, grow a garden of nirnroot in the darkness, giving them the glow of surface cousins. This seemed impossible. Nirnroot required sunlight, but Miraxon remembered teachings whispered in his mother's womb. He planted seeds from his pouch, the Spriggan's gift, beside an underground stream. And using his amulet, he channeled the trapped soul's magic into the earth. Before the astonished Falmer court, seeds sprouted. They grew and blossomed into plants gleaming with inner light bright as any beneath the sun. While Miraxon completed this task, Falmer archers hid in the shadows, poisoned arrows aimed at his heart. At Multhur's silent signal, a dozen shafts fled toward the child. But the amulet grew hot against Miraxon's skin, absorbing poison from the arrows that struck, leaving only harmless pinpricks. Second task, growled Multhurus, displeased at this treachery. Defeat the Dwarven Sphere Guardian, protecting Silent City's entrance. It has slain 100 Falmer warriors who approached the inner sanctum. In a central plaza, where a massive Dwemer tower rose toward the cavern ceiling, Miraxon found the Guardian, bronze sphere unfolding into a lethal machine, bristling with blades and crossbows. Instead of attacking, Miraxon spoke to the ancient construct in its maker's language. Words never taught, but somehow known. Phrases unspoken since Dwemer vanished. Riddle giver, the machine responded in grinding tones. Speak 3 truths, and lie intertwined. If I cannot separate them, I shall stand aside. Miraxon thought carefully, then spoke. I am child born, walking and speaking. I am son of Jarl Shogarth. I will someday rule all Skyrim. I fear Black Reach's darkness. The dwarven sphere whirred and clicked, processing these statements. A fourth statement is a lie. You fear not darkness. Miraxon nodded, and true to word, the Guardian rolled aside, allowing passage toward Silent City at Black Reach's heart. The defeated Guardian revealed that Shelfgarth had taken refuge in an ancient Dwemer study filled with old scrolls, hidden behind a waterfall in Black Reach's farthest corner. There, surrounded by mechanical devices he could not understand, and books and languages he could never read, sat Shelfgarth the Cold. His proud beard matted with dirt, fine furs exchanged for rags scavenged from dead adventurers. When Miraxon entered, the fallen Jarl reached for his belt dagger. Have you come to fulfill prophecy, demon child? He snarled. To send my soul to Hersine's hunting grounds? Miraxon stood before his father, warhammer in hand, but lowered to his side. With vengeance in his grasp, he remembered Kain's words, spoken in dreams as he floated beneath the lake. A true Jarl knows when to strike and when to stay his hand, Miraxon said. The prophecy spoke truth. I have cast you from your throne, but nowhere was written I must take your life. Shelfgarth blinked in confusion. What game is this? You destroyed Helgenhold. You command powers no mortal should possess. I offer a choice, Father, Miraxon replied. Death here, in forgotten darkness, deeds unremembered, name unsung in some guards' halls, or redemption. Return with me to the surface. Help me rebuild what was destroyed. Be not my enemy, but my advisor. For you have ruled many winters, and your wisdom, though clouded by fear, may it serve our people. For a long moment, Shelfgarth stared at his son. Then slowly, he set aside his dagger. The prophecy, he murmured. It said you would cast me down, not slay me. All this time, This time I misunderstood. Together, father and son made their way back through twisted passages of Blackreach. Katria watched with a ghostly smile, her guidance complete. "Remember me when you reach the surface, young Miraxon," she whispered, as her form faded. "Perhaps someday you'll find the Earthium forge and complete the work I could not." When they reached sunlight, they found Ingvild and the surviving uncles, who had begun reconstruction. New foundation stones were being laid by men from the neighboring villages, drawn by the tales of a miraculous child. Miraxon stood upon a flat stone in the village square. Drawing forth his amulet, he raised it skyward and spoke words that shimmered in the air. "Hear me, souls of Helgenholt," he called. "Though you feast in Songard, though you drink hero's mead and sing with Shor himself, I call you back to the living world, for your time remains incomplete. Air above the ruins swirled with mist and light. Spirits took shape. Villagers, housecarls, all who perished in Miraxon's vengeance. They descended like snow, settling into bodies that rose renewed from the ashes. From the sky came a hawk's cry as the divine messenger of kin descended to the perch upon a broken pillar. When it spoke, it was with the divine voice itself. For this destiny child, Arcay makes a single exception, the voice proclaimed. For Skyrim's sake, and trials yet to come, Helgenholt's dead may return, but only once. Only by his calling. The reborn people knelt before Miraxon. Even Shelfgarth, humbled by time beneath the earth, bent knee to his son. In the following months, Helgenholt rose greater than before. Words of Miraxon's deeds spread throughout Skyrim's holds. Pilgrims came to see the child who'd mastered Thu'um without greybeard training. But pride grew in his heart. When the frost dragon, Mulvirkun, servant, descended to test the young ruler, Miraxon faced it with arrogance. "Behold my power, Skyworm," he shouted, raising his warhammer. "I am Miraxon, born speaking dragon tongue, master of life and death." battle raged across the rebuilt village. In the end, Miraxon stood triumphant over the slain dragon, absorbing its soul as only those of dragon blood can. Storm clouds gathered unnaturally. Lightning struck before him. When the flash faded, he no longer stood in Helgenholt, but on the snow-covered peak of the throat of the world. Before him stood 4 grey-robed figures, the Greybeards, voice masters, guardians of Jurgen Windcaller's teachings. Reckless child, spoke Arngeir, eldest Greybeard. You wield Thum without understanding or price. You have slain kind servants who gave voice to mortals, not for glory, but to honor the gods. Through frozen winter winds, Miraxon endured elements without shelter. The Greybeards taught him hard lessons: silence, discipline, restraint and wisdom, harmony of word and intent. When the spring brought the first green shoots through melting snow, Miraxon had changed. Pride scoured away like the ice before sun, and he no longer boasted of power, but contemplated its purpose. Upon returning to Helgenholt, after a full cycle of seasons, Miraxon established a new rule, not as conqueror, but as a true Jarl. He created the first moot in Helgenholt's history, consulting regularly with elders and common folk alike. Let us live by 9 virtues, he proclaimed: honor in battle, truth in counsel, generosity to friends, mercy to defeated, reverence for divines, respect for ancestors, protection of the weak, justice in judgment, and courage before Alduin's prophesied return. In the mist-laden annals of Tamriel's early 4th era, there existed a relic of profound and malevolent power: the ebony crown. Forged in the shadowed depths of Cold Harbor by the Daedric prince Molag Bal, the crown was a cursed artifact, a dark emblem of corruption and ambition. It was said that whoever donned the crown would be granted immense power, but at a terrible cost, for the crown twisted the mind and soul of its wearer, driving them to madness and ruin. The legend of the Ebony Crown was steeped in ominous history and vivid imagery. Tales of its creation recounted how molten ebony was drawn from the heart of Cold Harbor's infernal furnaces, cooled in the blood of innocents, and inscribed with ruins of domination and despair. Molag Bol himself bestowed this dark gift upon King Vuldar of the Reach, a tyrant whose heart was as cold as the Daedric prince's own. King Vuldar's reign, once marked by brutal conquest and unyielding power, soon became a nightmare of paranoia and tyranny. The crown's influence twisted his thoughts, turning his dreams into visions of betrayal and his desires into obsessions. Under its dark influence, Vuldar unleashed horrors upon his kingdom, inflicting suffering and fear upon his subjects. His madness culminated in a desperate and bloody rebellion, led by his court mage, Thorthren, who sealed the crown within the mountain, hoping to bury its curse forever. But legends never truly died. The story of the Ebony Crown persisted, whispered in the shadows of Skyrim's rugged terrain. It was a tale of power and peril, a cautionary legend reminding all who heard it of the dangers that lay in the pursuit of absolute dominion. The crown, they said, still waited, its dark power undiminished, ready to ensnare the next soul foolish enough to seek it out. Centuries passed, and the legend of the Ebony Crown became little more than a whispered tale. Yet, as is the way of such legends, it waited with patient malice for the day when it would be found again. In the rugged mountains of Skyrim, where the air was crisp and biting, and the land was both beautiful and harsh, there lived a young Nord miner named Eirik. He was a man of simple means, strong and determined. His hands etched from years of labor in the unforgiving earth. Eirik spent his days chipping away at rock faces, seeking the precious veins of iron ore that promised a modest prosperity. One cold, clear morning, as the sun crested the jagged peaks and cast long shadows into the valleys below, it is said Eirik ventured further into the mountains than he had ever done before. The frost-laden ground crunched beneath his boots, and his breath formed fleeting clouds in the frigid air. He had heard rumors of rich veins hidden deep within the forgotten crags, and his heart thrummed with the hope of discovery. Hours passed as he navigated the treacherous terrain, his pickaxe slung over his shoulder. The silence of the wilderness was broken only by the distant calls of hawks and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. Just as fatigue began to weigh heavily on his limbs, Eirik's keen eyes caught sight of something unusual. A narrow fissure in the rock face, half concealed by a curtain of ivy. Curiosity sparked. He approached the opening and peered inside. The darkness within seemed to beckon him, and with a deep breath, Eirik squeezed through the gap. His boots scuffed against the stone as he descended into the unknown. The light from the world outside gradually fading until he was enveloped in pitch black. He fumbled for the flint in his pack, striking it to ignite a torch. The flame flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the rough walls of the cave. Eirik's breath caught in his throat as he ventured deeper. The air grew colder, and an eerie stillness hung heavy in the space. The walls of the cave were adorned with ancient carvings, their meanings lost to time, but their presence speaking of a forgotten past. As he turned a corner, the narrow passageway opened into a vast chamber. The sight that met his eyes made him freeze in awe. The cavern was immense, its ceiling lost in the gloom above. And there, in the center of the chamber, bathed in a faint, otherworldly light, stood a stone pedestal. Eirik's pulse quickened as he approached, his torch held high to pierce the shadows. Upon the pedestal rested the ebony crown. Even in the dim light, its dark, polished surface seemed to absorb the torchlight, giving off an almost palpable aura of power and malevolence. The crown was wrought of blackened ebony, its surface intricately carved with sinister runes and adorned with cruel spikes that seemed to promise pain to any who dared wear it. A faint, eerie glow emanated from the ruins, casting flickering patterns on the cavern walls. Eirik's awe was tinged with trepidation as he stared at the relic. The air around it seemed to hum with energy, a whisper of the ancient and the forbidden. His mind raced, recalling the old tales told by the village elders. Stories of a crown that brought both immense power and inevitable ruin. Yet, as he stood there, the allure of the crown grew stronger, tugging at something deep within him. Compelled by a force he could not name, Eirik reached out, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold, smooth surface of the ebony crown. The moment his skin made contact, a shiver ran through him, and a whispering voice seemed to echo in his mind, promising greatness, dominion, and untold power. With a deep breath, Eirik lifted the crown from its pedestal. The faint light around it flared briefly. As he held the crown in his hands, a sense of destiny filled within him. The cave seemed to exhale a sigh as Eirik made his decision. He turned and made his way back through the labyrinth of passages. The crown clutched tightly to his chest. The legend of the ebony crown had been reignited, and its influence was about to be unleashed upon the world once more. The journey back to the village was long, but Eirik felt as though he moved with a new purpose. The cold of Skyrim bit at his skin, but he barely felt it. His mind consumed by thoughts of the crown, its dark beauty had captivated him, and the memory of its cold, smooth surface lingered in his thoughts like a shadow. A shadow he could not shake. As he approached his modest home, nestled among the other humble dwellings of the village, Eirik felt a compulsion, a gnawing need to place the crown upon his head. He hesitated only a moment, standing in the dim light of his hearth, before succumbing to the crown's silent call. And with deliberate slowness, he lifted the crown and set it upon his brow. The moment the ebony crown touched his head, a wave of cold fire surged through Eirik's veins. His vision blurred, and for an instant, the world around him seemed to twist and distort. Shadows danced at the edges of his sight, and whispers filled his ears, seductive and insistent. It is said that he saw visions of himself as a great leader, a conqueror, wielding power beyond his wildest dreams. Eirik's initial fascination with the crown quickly grew into an obsession. He found himself constantly reaching up to touch it, feeling the cold against his skin. The whispers in his mind grew louder, urging him to embrace his destiny, to seize control and bend others to his will. It wasn't long before Eirik's behavior began to change. The villagers, who had always known him as a hard-working and honest man, started to notice a shift in his demeanor. Eirik, once humble and kind, became increasingly ambitious. His eyes, once clear and blue like the sky, now held a hard, almost predatory gleam. The first signs of his transformation were subtle. He started speaking with a newfound confidence, his voice carrying a weight that demanded attention. He began to assert his opinions more forcefully, dismissing the concerns of others with a wave of his hand. Those who questioned him found themselves on the receiving end of his sharp tongue, and the friendly banter that had once filled the village square grew tense and uneasy in his presence. One evening, as the village gathered for a communal meal, Eirik stood before them, the crown gleaming darkly atop his head. He spoke of grand plans to lead the village to prosperity, promising riches and power to those who would follow him. It is said that his words were persuasive and laced with charisma that was hard to resist. Many of the villagers found themselves nodding along, captivated by his grand vision. But not everyone was swayed. Old Sigrid, a respected elder, voiced her doubts. Eirik's response was swift and harsh. It is said he publicly humiliated Sigrid, mocking her age and wisdom, his words dripping with disdain. The villagers watched in stunned silence as their once gentle neighbor unleashed his venom upon her. As the days passed, Eirik's transformation became more pronounced. He began to demand more from the villagers, forcing them to work harder and longer hours. Those who resisted or questioned his orders found themselves ostracized or worse, disappearing without a trace. Rumors of dark deeds and sinister plots began to circulate, but fear kept most mouths shut. Eirik's ambition knew no bounds. He took over the village's resources, hoarding supplies and wealth for himself. And slowly he began to build a personal guard, a group of loyal followers who enforced his will with ruthless efficiency. The village, once a place of cooperation and community, now lived under the shadow of fear. The crown's influence twisted Eirik's mind further. He saw threats and conspiracies everywhere, suspecting even his closest allies of plotting against him. One fateful night, Eirik's oldest friend, Bjorn, confronted him in the village square. Bjorn had always been loyal, but he could no longer stand by and watch his friend become a monster. "Eirik," he said, his voice filled with sorrow and anger, "this crown is destroying you. You're not the man I once knew." Eirik's response was immediate and brutal. He accused Bjorn of treachery, his voice echoing with the authority of a king. "You dare question me," he thundered. "I am your leader, your savior. Without me, you are nothing." In a fit of rage, Eirik ordered his guards to seize Bjorn. The village watched in horror as Bjorn was dragged away, his cries of protest falling on deaf ears. The village's atmosphere grew tense and uneasy. Those who opposed Eirik's rule began to disappear, one by one. On one particularly chilling night, a group of villagers gathered in secret, huddled around a small fire in the forest. They spoke of their fears, the strange and dark changes that had come over their village. "Eirik was a good man," one said, "but that crown, it is cursed. It has twisted him into something else." Amidst the growing turmoil, one person remained steadfast and clear-eyed. Freya, the village healer. Now, Freya had known Eirik since childhood. They had grown up together, shared dreams and secrets under the vast Skyrim sky. She knew the kind, determined boy who had always been ready to help others, who had dreamed of finding riches not for himself, but for the village. Freya had always been a pillar of the community. Her knowledge of herbs and remedies passed down through generations. She was respected and trusted, a source of comfort and wisdom. But as Eirik's behavior grew more erratic and cruel, Freya's concern deepened. Determined to understand what was happening, Freya began to research the legend of the Ebony Crown. She delved into ancient scrolls, seeking any mention of a cursed crown and its history. One night, in the dim glow of her fire, Freya came across an old, weathered manuscript. It spoke of the crown's creation by Molag Bal, its dark power, and the madness it had inflicted upon King Vuldar. The scrolls spoke of the crown's insidious whispers, how it fed on the wearer's desires and fears, driving them to acts of madness. She realized that this crown was not just a relic, was a living, malevolent force, corrupting all who dared to wear it. Armed with this knowledge, Freya knew she had to act. She decided to confront Eirik, to try and break the crown's hold. But she also knew that she would need help, wisdom beyond her own, to save her friend and her home. And so it is said that with a heavy heart and a determined spirit, Freya prepared for a journey to seek the counsel of the Greybeards. She knew the path would be perilous, but it was a risk she was willing to take for the sake of her friend and for the village she loved. She would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Her journey began at dawn, the first light of the sun casting long shadows over the village she left behind. She carried only the essentials: satchel of herbs, flask of water, and a small knife for protection. The road was long and fraught with danger, but she pressed on, driven by the hope that the greybeards would have the answers she sought. Days turned into weeks as she traversed the harsh landscape of Skyrim. She climbed steep, rocky trails, her legs burning with the effort. She crossed icy rivers, the frigid water numbing her feet. At night, she sought shelter where she could find it, huddling close to her small campfire for warmth. The howling winds and the cries of distant wolves were her constant companions. Despite the hardships, Freya's spirit remained unbroken. She drew strength from the memories of Eirik's smile, the sound of the villagers' laughter, and the hope of a brighter future. Her journey was a pilgrimage of sorts, each step a prayer for guidance and strength. At last, she reached the foot of High Hrothgar. The ancient steps leading up the mountain seemed endless, disappearing into the clouds above. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for the final ascent. When she reached the summit, she was greeted by the solemn silence of the Greybeard sanctuary. The ancient stone walls and towering arches exuded a sense of timeless wisdom and serenity. Freya felt a profound sense of awe and reverence as she stepped into the hallowed halls of High Hrothgar. The Greybeards, ancient and wise, awaited her arrival. They were shrouded in their traditional robes, their faces lined with the wisdom of the ages. They listened intently as Freya recounted the tale of the ebony crown and the plight of her village. Their eyes, though old, were sharp with understanding and compassion. As she finished her tale, the eldest of the Greybeards spoke. His voice was deep and resonant. The ebony crown is indeed a relic of great power and great evil. Its curse is not easily broken, but there is a way, though it is fraught with danger and difficulty. Freya's heart quickened. Please, tell me what I must do, she urged. The elder nodded gravely. To break the curse, you must perform a ritual. This ritual requires 3 crucial items. The first is the blood of a vampire, a servant of Molag Bal. The vampire's blood carries the same dark essence that forged the crown. Freya's eyes widened. A vampire. But where can I find such a creature? You must journey to Morthal, the elder replied. There you will find a coven of vampires. Seek out their lord and obtain his blood. It will not be an easy task, for vampires are powerful and cunning. Freya nodded, determined. And the second item? A fragment of the crown's original pedestal. He continued. This pedestal once held the ebony crown, and a piece of it is needed to ground the ritual in its origins. You must return to the cave where Eirik found this crown. The pedestal remains there, its dark power undiminished. I will go there, she said firmly. And the third item. The elder's expression grew even more serious. The third item is an ancient scroll kept in the ruins of Labyrinthian. The scroll contains the incantations necessary to perform the ritual. Labyrinthian is a place of ancient magic and deadly traps. You'll need all your wits and courage to navigate its depths and retrieve the scroll. Freya felt a mixture of fear and resolve. The path ahead was daunting, but she knew she had no choice. Thank you, Greybeards, for your wisdom and guidance. I will do whatever it takes to save Eirik and my village. The elder placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes filled with compassion. May the gods watch over you. Go with our blessings. Freya left, ready to face the trials ahead. She would gather the items needed for the ritual and break the curse of the ebony crown, no matter what the cost may be. Freya's journey to Morthal was fraught with unease. The village was known for its eerie atmosphere and proximity to vampire lairs. The sky above was overcast, casting a perpetual gloom over the marshlands. Mist curled around the twisted trees, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. Freya's heart pounded as she approached the lair. Foreboding cave, hidden in the shadows of the ancient trees. As she stepped inside, the temperature dropped, and a chilling silence enveloped her. The only sound was the faint drip of water echoing through the dark, winding passages. Freya gripped her small knife tightly, her eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. She knew that vampires were creatures of the night, their senses sharp, their hunger insatiable. Deeper into the lair, she encountered the first of the vampire thralls. Humans turned into mindless servants by their vampire masters. Their eyes were hollow, their movements jerky and unnatural. Freya moved silently in the shadows, allowing her to slip past undetected. Finally, she reached the heart of the lair. There, on a throne carved from the bones of his victims, sat the vampire lord. His eyes glowed with a predatory hunger, and his fangs gleamed in the dim light. Freya took a deep breath, steeling herself for the battle ahead. The vampire lord rose, his movements fluid and graceful, a stark contrast to his thralls. "Who dares enter my domain?" he hissed. "I seek your blood, creature," Freya replied, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. "For it is the key to breaking the curse of the ebony crown." The vampire lord laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the cavern. "Foolish mortal, you will only find death here." With a swift motion, he lunged at her. Freya dodged, her knife flashing as she struck at his side. The battle was fierce and desperate. The vampire lord's speed and strength, matched by Freya's agility and determination. She remembered the herbs she carried, and quickly she concocted a mixture that would weaken him. As he advanced again, She threw the potion at him, the liquid hissing as it made contact with his skin. The vampire lord roared, his movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Freya struck him with her knife. The vampire lord collapsed, his body dissolving into ash. Freya quickly collected a vial of his blood, her hands trembling with exhaustion and relief. She had emerged victorious, but the quest was far from over. Freya's next destination was the cave where Eirik had found the ebony crown. The journey back was filled with an ominous sense of déjà vu. The memory of Eirik's descent into madness, fresh in her mind. The cave loomed before her, its entrance a dark maw that seemed to swallow the light. As she stepped inside, the air grew thick with the weight of ancient power. The carvings on the wall seemed to writhe and twist, telling the tale of the crown's dark history. Freya moved cautiously, her senses on high alert. The pedestal stood in the center of the cavern. It was a block of dark stone, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly. Freya approached it slowly, feeling the oppressive energy pressing down upon her. With a deep breath, she struck the pedestal with her knife, chipping away a fragment. The moment the stone broke, the air seemed to shift. The cave groaned as if in pain. Shadows swirled around her, and for a moment, she thought she saw the ghostly figure of King Vuldar. His eyes filled with madness. Freya didn't linger. She grabbed the fragment and hurried out from the cave, the oppressive presence receding as she emerged into the daylight. The piece of the pedestal felt cold in her hand, a reminder of the dark power it represented. The final part of her quest took Freya to the ruins of Labyrinthian, place of ancient magic. The icy wind howled through the crumbling corridors, carrying with it whispers of long-dead mages. The ruins were a maze of twisting passages and hidden traps, designed to confound and deter any who dared to enter. Freya wrapped her cloak tightly around her, bracing against the biting cold. She ventured deeper into the ruins. As she navigated, she encountered numerous puzzles and traps. Ancient mechanisms clicked and whirred. Stone doors slid and opened shut, and hidden blades flashed in the dim light. At one point, she found herself in a chamber filled with skeletal remains, their bones arranged in a grotesque tableau. Finally, she reached the heart of Labyrinthian, and in a small hidden chamber, she found the ancient scroll. It was a fragile, yellowed parchment, covered in intricate runes and arcane symbols. She carefully unrolled it, her eyes scanning against the text. She could feel the power emanating from the scroll, a palpable force that made her fingers tingle. With the scroll in hand, Freya retraced her steps, her heart pounding with a mixture of relief and anticipation. She had faced the darkest corners of Skyrim, defeated a vampire lord, and navigated the treacherous labyrinth. Now, she had everything she needed to break the curse of the Ebony Crown. Freya's return to the village was met with relief and apprehension. The villagers, wary of Eirik's increasingly tyrannical rule, looked to her with hope in their eyes. Freya wasted no time. She gathered a small group of trusted villagers and led them to a hidden glade near the cave where Eirik had found the Ebony Crown. The glade was a serene and secluded spot, surrounded by ancient trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was covered in soft, mossy grass. Freya chose this place for its tranquility and its proximity to the cave's dark power, believing it would be the perfect setting for the ritual. With the villagers' help, Freya began the preparations. They cleared the ground, creating a large circle surrounded by stones inscribed with protective runes. Freya placed the pedestal fragment at the center of the circle. Its dark surface contrasting sharply with the green of the moss. She set up an altar beside it, laying out the ancient scroll and the vial of vampire blood. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the glade, Freya lit candles and incense, their flickering flames and fragrant smoke adding to the mystical atmosphere. She placed bowls of herbs and enchanted stones around the circle, each one carefully chosen for its symbolic significance. The villagers watched in silent reverence, their faith in Freya unwavering. Freya took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the task ahead. The night air grew colder, and the shadows deepened as the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery light over the glade. With the preparations complete, Freya turned her attention to Eirik. She knew that confronting him would be the most difficult part of her journey. The man she once called a friend had been consumed by the crown's power. But she held on to the hope that she could still reach him. That the Eirik she knew was still there, buried beneath the darkness. And so it is said that she approached the village square, her heart pounding. Eirik stood there, the ebony crown gleaming ominously on his head. His eyes, once filled with warmth, were now cold and distant. He looked at her with a mixture of disdain and suspicion. His hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Eirik," she called out, "you must remove the crown. It is destroying you and destroying this village." Eirik's eyes narrowed, and he sneered. "You speak of things you do not understand, Freya. The crown has given me power, and with it, I will lead our village to greatness." Freya stepped closer, her eyes pleading. "This is not you, Eirik. This crown is a curse. It has brought nothing but ruin. Please trust me. Let me help you." and for a moment, Irik's expression softened, and Freya saw a flicker of the man she once knew. But the crown's influence was strong, and his face hardened once more. You are a fool, Freya. I will not give up this power. With a roar of rage, Eirik lunged at her, its sword flashing in the moonlight. Freya dodged, her heart breaking as she realized the extent of the crown's hold on him. The villagers, seeing their healer in danger, rushed to her aid. A fierce struggle ensued, Eirik's strength fueled by the crown's dark power. Freya fought with all her might, using her knowledge of herbs and potions to weaken Eirik. The villagers, inspired by her bravery, joined the fray, their collective efforts finally overwhelming him. They managed to restrain him, binding his hands and forcing him to his knees. Tears streamed down Freya's face as she looked at her old friend, now a shadow of his former self. Eirik, please, let me save you. With Eirik restrained, Freya and the villagers carried him to the hidden glade. They placed him in the center of the ritual circle, his eyes wild with fury and fear. Freya stood before him, the ancient scroll in one hand, and the vial of vampire blood in the other. She began to chant the incantation, her voice strong and clear. The words, ancient and powerful, resonated through the glade, causing the air to hum with energy. As she poured the vampire blood onto the crown, the ruins on its surface began to glow, casting an eerie light. The crown seemed to resist, vibrating violently as if trying to escape. Freya continued to chant, her voice rising in intensity. With a final triumphant shout, Freya completed the incantation. The crown shuddered and then shattered into pieces, releasing a wail of anguish that echoed throughout the night. The spirit of King Vuldar, dark and twisted, was banished, its presence dissolving into the air. The aftermath was a moment of profound silence. The oppressive energy lifted, and the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Eirik, freed from the crown's influence, collapsed to the ground, his body shaking with sobs of relief and regret. Freya knelt beside him, her hand gently resting on his shoulder. It's over, Eirik. You are now free. The villagers gathered around, their faces filled with awe and gratitude. The pieces of the ebony crown lay scattered on the ground. A dark power extinguished. In the days that followed, the village began to heal. Eirik, deeply remorseful for his actions, dedicated himself to rebuilding and atoning for the harm he had caused. And Freya continued her work as a healer, her bond with the villagers now stronger than ever. And the tale of the ebony crown became a legend, a cautionary story passed down through generations. And the villagers built a shrine in the glade, a reminder of the perils of unchecked ambition and the power of courage and compassion.